Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, welcome to another edition of Some Extra Sauce. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday. And man, has it been a long week for us over here at this household. But a good week, man. This is, for the first time in a long time, I will say this to you all personally. This is some personal stuff right here. I haven't had this kind of relief. Let me just say this. The kind of relief that I got Sunday night is a kind of relief I've been looking for the last couple of years doing this podcast, doing this content on this channel. And I'm telling you, I didn't really realize how much relief I needed until I got that relief. And I'm telling you guys, it was a huge, I can't even describe it, kids. It was huge. It's like the air came out of the balloon. I can finally relax. It was real cool. I've had a lot to do all week long. My mother has got another property. I told you guys that a couple of weeks ago, and I've been busy over there being a good son and being of service to my mom while people are inside of her house, gutting that place, and I'm outside clearing it. I've been at that every day. So I apologize to everybody because there's not been a lot of content coming out of the channel. We haven't done all 22. We haven't done too many shorts. But I'm telling you why. I've just been relieved and I've been busy. And so I just wanted to say that out loud. And thank you for everybody coming in here. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. And as people start to come in here, man, we're going to talk about a lot tonight. A lot. When I say a lot, I'm talking about Bears conversations. Plus, we have a chef in the kitchen right about now. He's ready to start doing some food cooking. And but let me just stop running my mouth and pass it to Canada, man. Let's see what's been on his mind.
Well, flea flicker's been on my mind, and all sorts of offense been on my mind. A little bit of defense too, but could be a little more defense. As far as real life goes, it's been a stretch, man. Like this last little stretch for me from a business perspective has been great. There's been some good stuff, and today everything kind of just turned a little bit sideways. So I'm hoping I can be a lively individual as per normal, but good Lord, this business day, last 24 hours worth of business has been a little bit of a kick in the nards, to quote the Goonies. Anyways, but yo, man, Bears won. We're gonna break it down a little bit. We're gonna hang out with a certain somebody. But that being said, we are triple streaming once again, live and direct, right here at Kedza Canuck on YouTube, right here at the Nomad Network on YouTube, and live and direct from Sports Chicago Style as well. So there's a little bit of a three-pronged attack. You gotta love it. And by all means, check each one of the sites out. Give a like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, and all that good stuff. And support the channels as you will. We appreciate that. And somebody else we appreciate's right there on the screen right now. It's Crimson, you dig. Big shout out to Crimson. He's doing good. The Lord's work behind the scenes on some awesome collaboration alongside the three of us. And we appreciate that. I just want to give him a little bit of love. I'll give the rest of y'all a little bit of love, and then we'll get on to other things. The Clumsy Dad is out there. Big shout outs to you. And he wants to know, Nomad, one time, if the Bears win 10 games, are you going to show your face?
They get 12, I might.
You're lying. Tell him you're not going to do it. Then we'll leave it at that. I was expecting
give me 12. Give me 12 dubs.
Okay.
12 dubs, man. Give me 12 dubs. I might consider it, man. I'll talk to my accountant my personal assistant. We'll go through all that. We'll see if it's a good business decision.
Okay. All right. Well, look at that. Look at that, clumsy dad. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the faceless podcaster has a face. Who knows? AC Adams, shout out to you. FFG's in the place to be. Thanks for coming through, FFG.
Hey kids.
Mm-hmm.
Did I tell you all? This is my favorite damn night of the week, y'all. It's my favorite night of the week. I get to
you got your hump on already? You got some humping going on?
Yeah, man, I ain't had time to be doing none of that yet. None of that. Everybody
got time for some humping though.
Nah, I don't.
What are you talking about?
I'm just tired, man. This is my favorite show, man, because we get comprehensive about everything, man. We get to have a conversation about whatever the hell we want to have conversations about. And that's why I really look forward to this week. Love seeing everybody in the chat. It's like being in a room full of family members, man. So this is why I love this show so much, man. It's just real homey feeling for me.
Well, I like this show too. And I will also like this Sunday show because it's my birthday. So there's that as well. Big ups to all the Libras out there worldwide. Y'all keep things in balance. So shout out to all you guys out there. And shout out to me because I
a couple of questions I want to ask you about that, but we'll get the chef in the building first before we get.
Oh yeah, there is a chef somewhere kicking around. Let's see what he might have to say here very shortly.
Testing his food, eating shit.
Yeah, he's probably snacking on something behind the scenes. I can almost guarantee that.
Yeah, let's get him.
Let's see where he's at now. Wait a second, damn chef.
You need some help?
Nope.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Chef, you're live and direct, man. I think I screwed up on the intro, but to be honest with you, that was a dope-ass intro either way. I like that one, too.
I like that one.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I'm your host and owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, also known as a MFer in the kitchen.
How you doing, bro? What you cooking today?
I would like to welcome you all on another extra sauce where I will be preparing live foods. And for today's menu item, it will be a steakhouse burger sloppy joes and one steakhouse burger sloppy joe over baked potato.
Okay.
Oh, that's new.
So what we will do, we will put a little bit of the oil just to lubricate the skillet. It has to be lubricated. We don't want any sandpaper in our skillet. And then we turn it up the flame to a medium high. And now if you can see on the other camera over here, we have a pot of green peas. And we're just going to have those warming up at a very, very low heat until they are warm. Then we will turn them off.
Quick question.
So as this, yes.
How lubricated are you?
Well, I am having a sip of the Tropical Beer Hug, which is 9.9% alcohol by volume. So I am very lubricated up myself. Thank you for asking.
All right, that's that Canadian stuff right there.
Is it?
No, I'm just saying, like when you get stuff in a can that's 9.9 to 12 points, you might as well be right here because that's how it is over here. You have no idea about Canadian beer, man. It is a punch in the face, and we like it.
I
would love a nice Molson Golden right about now.
See,
I haven't had one of those in a long time.
Delicious. So delicious.
And we are utilizing the ground beef. You can utilize whatever you have, but this happens to be the 80-20 varieties.
Okay.
And then we will, as it heats up, we will break it up into itty bitty pieces with our wooden spoon.
I like where this is going. Is anytime there's grease and there's meat, I'm in it.
That's a good start.
And I would remind you all, as there is, as I told the producer of the show, that there is a overlay at the bottom with all of the Chef Trips information, because I do not know, for those who may not know, that I, Chef Trips, started my own YouTube channel. And you can find it by putting at Chef Trips. And that would be beautiful if you would participate and subscribe. I will be adding more videos and have the playlist of the categories of food, such as the appetizers, the desserts, the breakfasts, and the comfort foods, as well as the snacks and lunches of that sorts. So look for all of that various content at Chef Trips, or the full government name, if you will, Shay Trips Kitchen with Chef Trips. Appreciate the support.
There you go. The overlay is on the screen, and people can look at it and check it out. Go check it out, and make sure you do him a favor, because he's doing this good work, this good Lord's work for us, and cooking right in front of us live on this camera, man. So I do definitely appreciate it. And man, I didn't eat nothing tonight, man. So I'm in trouble. I'm in deep trouble. To be honest with you.
I'm straight, man. I just have me some Mary Brown's chicken. That's on some Canadian stuff as well. I can't wait till somehow that expands out into the U.S. You guys will love it. Good old fried chicken. And them wedge fries, man. They got them the wedge fries. Put some, it sets them apart. It's a little bit of a different deal. Gotta have them spicy wedges. Damn.
Tell the truth, kids. How many pieces you eat?
You know what, man? I'm like my chicken game ain't like it once was, man. Like it's embarrassing what I'm about to tell you. I got a 2-for-1 deal, two pieces, and I sat down and I couldn't even touch the second box. I had 2 pieces of chicken today, man. That's it. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I can believe it. I do some of the similar stuff, man. But depending on what kind of chicken, what piece of chicken it was.
Well, like it wasn't even no thing. It was I had a thigh and a wing. Like, brother, I used to crush a 4-piece with ease and probably still be looking in the box. Like, is there anything left over? I can't do it anymore, man. I can't. I'm just not that guy.
Well, that is not a bad thing that your body is regulating what you need for the intake. Because as you are now older, the more you take in, the more you have to burn off. And so the less you take in, the more efficient your body is making its processing system. So congratulations to you, good sir.
Shout out to Super No Maniacs, Dante Purify, and my guy Levante Rogers in the chat just busted up in this piece. Shout out to y'all. Hey, part of the show later on, man, is going to be something that Kids and I had a conversation about. He kind of knows where it's going, and I'm gonna give you guys a tip. Some of the people here may be having issues with trying to regulate their weight, regulate what they eat, and all that kind of stuff. And I got some very, very good stuff for you guys at the end of the show. Do not go anywhere, because you guys are gonna enjoy that. I took my time and made sure that I did this right, so I can give you guys the right message and the right information. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be really, really good.
Now, while the meat is still browning, I will start to prepare the sauce, if you will, which consists of 8 ounces of the chicken broth.
All right, this is getting good.
And then
extreme close up,
which is right there, we will add to the mixture. We will add some Dijon mustard.
There's Capo 23.
Some people might be out there like, hold on, man, you doing chicken broth and beef, and you just don't know, y'all. Y'all just don't know. If you one of those people that's scared to mix the flavors, you just don't know what you're missing.
That is very true. It provides a nice umami, which is, I believe, Japanese for a lot of damn flavor.
Oh, I thought I meant peas, but here we are. So yeah, Austin Booker, man. I just can't wait till we get past this week, because there should be some humanity returning to the squad, man. So,
and then we add 2 tablespoons of steak sauce.
Hey, just for the record, one time I added a little bacon grease and bacon bits to my spaghetti sauce and put some shrimp paste in it. And boy, I'm just going to tell you, boy, that's going to be some activity on your taste buds. I'm just saying, you scared to mix flavors, man, you don't know what you're missing. There's no instructions for this stuff.
There is no instructions, because I've done both of those things on different occasions for different reasons. Like I have added shrimp right into spaghetti sauce, and away you go, as opposed to making it a meat sauce. Just a little bit of shrimp in there. Great flavor. It's fantastic.
Shrimp paste can go with almost a lot of stuff, man.
Anything,
it's a lot of things.
Anything.
This is a very universal food. That's why the Bubba Gumps in the movie The Forrest Gumps, he named out about 800 different ways to prepare the scrimps.
Chef Levante Rogers, Supernova Maniac, says, I advise to mix flavors.
I agree. Levante, that is sound advice, sir.
Indeed. And now what we will do, as all of the pink is gone from the beef, we will remove it from the skillet. And we will leave the grease in there, because we will be utilizing that in a minute.
I was going to say, I know you have some kind of a sneaky plan for that grease, because, like, I've been, I don't know who showed me that, but somebody showed me that you could just use some Bounty and just get rid of all that grease, man, and away you go. So
that means you lift up the side of the skillet and let all of the grease drain to one side and let it absorb in the paper towels.
Yeah.
But that is wasteful right now, because we have another step that we were about to do now.
You got bigger plans.
Hey, Chef, real quick, you got a comment from FFG Style, Supernova Maniac. He says, that looks almost as good as the pork ribs, wild rice, the stir-fry vegetables that he just made tonight.
That sounds lovely as well. So now that we have our broth mixture with the Dijon mustard and the steak sauce with the chicken broth, we set that to the side, and we will mix it up in a moment. But now we will reintroduce the heat to a medium, and we will add 1 diced chopped onion. And then we will also add sliced mushrooms into our skillet with the grease. And then, also to top it off, now we will add 2 tablespoons of butter.
Chef, can I ask you a quick question? And Supernova Maniac Levante Rogers just tipped me off and just triggered me to ask you this. When's the last time you had beef ribs?
Beef ribs I had a couple of months ago.
I don't eat them that much. I like them, I love them, but they're extremely greasy, man. It's the fat layer underneath the meat.
Recently, what I've been having more of are the pork ribs.
What do you got going on there, Chef? You got mushrooms in there?
Oh yeah.
We have the mushrooms, we have the onions, and we have the indie grease, and then we added a little butter. And now, before we get back to the rib conversation, we are adding our seasoning mixture to the vegetables. And that seasoning mixture consists of Montreal seasoning. That's up there by you, kids, in Canada.
That's some good stuff on some steak.
You know
Hey,
what?
listen, real
But
quick.
now I did not make the store-bought Montreal, so I made my own from my own seasonings.
All right.
And that consists of 1 tablespoon of dill weed, 2 tablespoons of paprika, 2 tablespoons of black peppercorns, 2 tablespoons of kosher salt, 2 tablespoons of garlic powder, 1 tablespoon of onion powder, 1 tablespoon of ground coriander, and 1 tablespoon of red chili flakes. And that is how you make your own homemade Montreal seasonings.
He
So
told
real quick,
Montreal to F off is what he did over there. That's amazing.
Super No Maniac Ron Winarski says it needs more moldy Packer cheese.
Excuse me?
Man, well done, chef. That spice blend is impressive.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to steal that little recipe from you, because real talk, the Montreal steak spice is an expensive spice, man. It ain't cheap out in these streets. So if I can put it together.
Hey, the Chicago blend, Chicago steak seasoning. I don't know if y'all got that in Canada, kids, but I use that shit on everything beef.
No, I'm too close to Montreal for them to even import anything else. So there's that.
Well, but the same way that I prepared my own Montreal seasonings, you can do the same with the Chicago blend, as it has the ingredients of the seasonings and spices, and then you just put those together, and now you have made your own. And so now, speaking of making your own, we will add the minced garlic.
Okay, you got minced garlic. Okay, I love it. I love it, and a lot of it.
And we're going now that the vegetables are starting to soften a little bit. We will add the garlic until it is fragrant.
Man, you know it's funny. Like, I'm not a mushroom guy, but I had some mushroom. I'm telling you, I'm not a mushroom. Like, it's a stupid story. The reason is because, like, as a kid, somebody tricked me into believing that mushrooms were poisonous and I shouldn't eat them. But
the truth is, a lot of mushrooms are poison.
Yeah, other mushrooms will get you super high too. So take that for what it's worth. How
you from the Caribbean? You're a Caribbean kid, and they use mushrooms on a lot of shit.
There isn't a single dish that I could tell you about in the Caribbean that incorporates mushrooms.
The soups, bro.
No.
The soups that I ate.
No.
When I was there, and I ate every goddamn on soup on the side
of
the road.
Like I tell stew, there's no mushrooms in it. Like there's
remember that soup.
Okay, now that we do have our mushrooms, we need to put in a little bit of flour to make it thicken up. So we're going to put in 2 tablespoons of the whole wheat flour, because in this kitchen there are none of those white devils.
Okay. Does this require any water?
Oh yeah, it's gonna require some kind of broth.
Right now, we want to put the flour into the vegetables and let the flour taste cook off.
Okay.
Before we add our mixture of the chicken broth and the steak sauce and the Dijon mustard that I just mixed up. So right now, the vegetables have the garlic going, and then the seasoning, and then all of the bits on the bottom. Don't worry about that; they will be included in the dish.
Real quick, I'll say this: my girlfriend was not a mushroom person before she met me. I introduced her to them making a beef roast gravy, and she's got to have them now. She's got to have those mushrooms now. And I was just like, she didn't eat that. She didn't touch green peppers, none of it.
Wow. That's every other vegetable I'll eat. It was just like mushrooms I was not a fan of. And I had some the other day, man. It was funny because I was trying to decide whether to go to the store and buy a steak and make it on the grill, or go to the store or go to a restaurant. And I went to the grocery store and I was like, damn, these steaks so expensive. I might as well just go to the restaurant. So I drove to the restaurant, ordered myself a steak and and mushrooms came on the side. I wanted to just savor this entire meal. It was steak, mushrooms, and asparagus. And boy, these mushrooms might have been better than the steak, though. I gotta say, it's delicious. I don't know what they did.
There are many different ways to prepare mushrooms, as many different ways as there are the different varieties of mushrooms. And as you are correct, some have the psilocybin that does hallucinogenic things to your head, and then other mushrooms are just downright poisonous. So you are not wrong in that aspect, but there are other mushrooms like these that are delicious. And you can have them fried, you can have them baked, you can have them stuffed, you can have them barbecued. There are many different ways. Now that the garlic had the fragrant aroma into the vegetables, I reinserted the ground beef. And then we give that a good mix and get it all together, scraping the bottom a little bit here and there. And now that it is mixed up nicely, we will now go back to our chicken broth, Dijon mustard, and steak sauce.
Shout out to the Scrolls. Man, I love you, bro. I love you, man, just because of the guy you are, man, and what you come to this show with, man. I was wondering how long it was going to take you to grab a membership, man. And you know what, man? I'm so happy to have you as a member, man. I can't even do nothing with myself, man. Thank you, Scrolls. Thank you, man, because I know we get into a little back and forth time to time, depending on what the conversation is about, man. But it ain't because we don't love you. And I know I love you. Straight up, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Man, Scroll's the best, period. Just saying. He's one of my favorites.
Getting a
That
lot of
is
work.
very nice. And it is nice to know that the Red Baron flies again.
Stop rubbing it in, FFG. Hey, he finally got here, so he's always been a part of the community. Now he's official.
So now that we have added the broth, we will have the medium low heat, and we want to bring it to a simmer. And so now while this is simmering, we will start to prepare our accoutrements, because the Sloppy Joe mixture is basically done. It just needs to thicken up a little bit. As you can see, there is still liquid in there, but by the time it is thickened, you will see how rich and hearty it is. So we will let that simmer, and then while that's there, we check on our peas, and we see that they're steamy and hot and ready. And also a quick tip while I think about it, I have the store-bought rolls here, right? But this trick works with the rolls and or any other breads. You see this? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
That is a piece of celery. And you put a piece of celery in there with your bread, and it keeps it moist and soft, and it doesn't harden up and get all moldy real fast.
Minister Charles always making me hungry. He's eating on a homemade oxtail stew, man. Y'all, if you ain't never had that, you probably missing one of the best soups or stews you can eat in the world. You know, I used to think it was just my family type of thing until I realized a lot of people eat oxtail stew. You know, but you know, that's a soup right there.
Man, oxtail is a Jamaican delicacy. The Caribbean is all about oxtail. Minister Charles, I wish you could tell me how you cooked it. Chef tripping. One of these days we gotta get you on some oxtail, and you can show us how you might do it. I'm sure you have your own direct spin, but good Lord, man, I go out of my personal way to get me some oxtail. Let's say maybe on a bi-month, not like every 2 months or so. I have to have some, you know, bi-monthly flex.
I gave the last package of oxtails that I had in my freezer to my mom. because oxtails, the price of it went up so high.
Holy smokes, man. Yeah, you used to be able to get that for nothing at the store.
And then all of a sudden people realize it's tasty. It's like we've been eating. You can get those for cents on the pound.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you paying. Hey, I seen an oxtail, a pack of oxtails, a 4-pack in that MF for about $30-$35 one time.
Damn.
I'm not
Yeah,
kidding.
there are just so many different ways to prepare the oxtails, from the soups and the stews to the barbecues and the bakes, and then you put it in with the different various beans and such, and it is a beautiful meat. But as it used to be a how you say soul food dish, the gentrification crowd found that yes, it is tasty, and so now it is popular and trendy. So now it is also more expensive.
Yeah,
The minute
man.
they put it on the Food Network, it was over.
It's a brutal situation, because again, this is poor man's food, Caribbean food, and you can get it for next to nothing and cook that up. Take you forever to cook it, but the flavor was a blessing.
Now, speaking of flavor, if we can look at the main screen, the food here, our steakhouse burger sloppy joes, we can see that the sauce is starting to thicken up. As you can see there, as you scrape the skillet with a spoon, you see how fast it runs in. So we want to get that a little bit thicker, and then we know it's done. That's how you can test the thickness of your sauce to your desired consistencies. And now on the side, while this is almost there, we have a couple of buns in the toaster oven. If you prefer, you can not toast your buns to have them just absorb more of your steakhouse burger sloppy joes. But we also are going to prepare our baked potato by just simply splitting it open and then putting our sloppy joe mixture over the top. Now, if you want to add any condiments or other things on your baked potato, that's up to you. It is your baked potato. But we are going to keep it as clean and must-free as possible by just adding our mixture here of the steakhouse burger over top of the potato. So now, as we see, as we move the spoon, our juices, our gravy, our broth is starting to really thicken up. So I would say another 2 minutes, and the mixture will be to the desired thickness that I want. And we can see the onions, and we can see the mushrooms. We cannot see the garlic or the seasonings, but we know they are in there because we all witnessed it together, real time. So as this thickens, we will now switch the eyes. I will put the rear on the low, and then slide this one back.
Pause.
So we can turn this one off. And then now I will switch the hot irons so I can have the camera more focused on the plate. And we clean as we go. If you know, you know.
I'm sorry, Chef, but I'm still mad at Guy Fieri and going to all those little ass restaurants, driving up the price of oxtails. Pissed off.
That is very true. All of the used to be filling, flavorful, versatile foods are now trendy, and it is very disappointing. So as you can see here, we have a plain baked potato that I prepared in the Instant Pots, and we're just going to split it down the side. We're not going to add any butter or anything else, but we will dice it with the knife, like that way, and then we turn it that way, and then we dice it that way.
Chef, I got a quick question for you.
And then we leave it right there. Yes.
Are you a skin-eating potato guy like myself?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I got to have the skin.
Whether it be a crispy, salty skin or a softer skin. Either way, it is part of the potato, and it is very nutrient rich.
Hey, you know what, Chef? That was a silly question, man, because we already know since you were a small child, you've been eating potatoes whole. So that was a silly question.
That is very true. As a young Chef Trips was always in the garden, ready to put something in his mouth, and hopefully it was something editable. And so now we have our toasted buns.
Yeah, Chef.
And then we have our potato. And so we can see that our steakhouse Sloppy Joe's burger is nice and prepared now. So we get a spoon with all of that beautiful juice, and we put it on the burger. And then we put it on the potato. And then we put it on the other burger. And now we can put that back there. And now, before we are done, we will add a beautiful slice of cheese.
Yes! Like, I was waiting for the cheese to show up at some point in this mix. And GD, there's a damn cheese.
Of course, you have to have the cheese. And if we had the shredded cheese, we could put the shredded cheese over the potato. Or if you have these slices, you just shred them up yourself. But since we have the cheese already, we don't want to overdo it, so we will leave the potato just plain. And so now that it is all together, let's move this over so we do not forget our vegetables.
That's a meal right there. That's a meal.
Yeah, that's super hearty, man.
Your meat, your potatoes, your vegetables, and your dairy. And it is very, very flavorful, I am sure. Then we add the green to the plate because you'll have to have your greens. You have to have your vegetables.
If you want to live.
You cannot have your meat if you do not eat your porridge. And now we will give a taste to make it official. So as we see here, I will just pick it up as one piece. Oop, the cheese is moving over there as it melts. And so we get here.
Hey, our newest member, the scroll says, wet the bun. It says wet the bun, Diddy style.
I don't go full screen. If you can see here, the cheesy goodness. Oh, I have to find the hole. There it is. The meat is in there. And even though the bread is a little crunchy with the toasty, the gravy, the sauce from our steakhouse burger Sloppy Joe's makes it very soggy. And then, just to give an example of the deliciousness, let's try some of the potato. As we have here, a nice forkful of our potato and Sloppy Joe mixture.
Quick question, Chef. Is the chef going to need a nap 30 minutes after this?
The itis is definitely a thing. And so we tried some of our vegetables.
The itis is strong.
And as you can see, this was a very fast meal. And with the ingredients, they are very inexpensive. And you can customize as you will. If you want to add 8 different flavors to your steakhouse burger Sloppy Joe's, you can. Or you can keep this recipe. And I would recommend just keeping this recipe because it is beautiful.
I'm not. Nobody's supposed to eat that much food, but when you're at home, the winter's coming, man. We're gonna have a conversation a little bit later on about some of your favorite fall winter recipes, some of the stuff you like to cook, just because of the season. We're gonna talk about some of that a little bit later on. But this is good looking. If I ever seen it, And you know what I was waiting on, but I didn't see it. But you probably don't need it. Was the Worcestershire sauce?
Well, that would have been overkill with the steak sauce.
Might have been.
That would have been. You can add it, but for my taste, that is a little too much of the saltiness because the Worcestershire sauce has a large amount of salt in it, and the steak sauce has also that amount. And I also added the kosher salt in the Montreal seasonings. So I do not cook a lot of foods with a lot of sugars and a lot of salts, but I cut down on other salts where I can. But for the extra flavors, you can more than likely and more than happily add the Worcestershire sauce to your mixture of your steakhouse burger sloppy joes. But I prefer not to because of the sodium factor.
Man, that's just.
But the flavor right here it's like having a steak burger with it's like having a burger with steak sauce on it without a splash of Worcestershire. But you could also have the burger with the steak sauce and a splash of Worcestershire. So you're not wrong. It's just for my specific taste. I chose not to. But for anybody out there in your kitchens, you add more of whatever it is you think would be tasty and you try it. And if you like it, you like it. And if you don't have to try it again. Then you can try different flavors. So you find what you like and then you even experiment more.
That is sound advice, Chef.
Minister Supernova Maniac, Minister Charles Johnson says it's wash your sister sauce, not Worcestershire.
I always said, who's your sister sauce? But like, I actually like wash your sister better. This is I'm still that one for future reference.
Well,
hey, somebody.
Are there any more questions and or comments?
Hey, I'll be right back, kid. Somebody beating at my door.
Uh-oh. All right.
Do we have any more questions and or comments? The Canucks.
Nah, nothing major. Just Levante's getting into some, he's getting into some asparagus right now, some broccoli. He's doing his own thing. Our guy FFG Style says you're going to pass out in hour 3 of the show, which I think I might agree with because even me, you're chowing right down, man, and I might have myself a little bit of a
Well, the thing about doing an effort in the kitchen at this time of the evening is that I rarely eat throughout the day. So this is the first and only meal. So when you see me enjoying the food, it is not only because it is tasty and beautiful and healthier, it is because I am ravenous.
I know what you're saying, man, because I usually don't. It's terrible. So I usually don't eat until about 2:30 in the afternoon. But that doesn't, the wife doesn't see things the same way. So she wants to eat at about 11:30 at the latest. So lately, this past week, she's been cooking up, man. She's been cooking up for me, and I'm eating at 11:30, and it just throws my whole day out of whack. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? It ruins everything. But at least I'm fed. So shout out to the missus. Thanks for the food. But
does this look sloppy enough for you?
Oh, it looks delicious, man. It looks so good, man. Got that gravy. That looks like some goodness right there.
And then you mash up the potatoes and the gravy, and then you mush it all up like that.
Hey, you know what, Scroll? That's funny. Scroll says this looks like a World War II special. I've seen stuff like this on those movies, man. That's funny, man.
And then you mix up the potatoes and give them a good mash. And then you have your steakhouse burger sloppy joes all up in the potatoes as well.
True Sweden Beat Company.
Hey, you know what? That's funny. Why that's funny? Because me and my girlfriend just got into a couple of those movies that's been out forever. And we just now getting to it. Just name one of those
Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers.
Is that what it is?
Saving Private Ryan.
still haven't seen that. Band of Brothers we just saw probably 4 months ago.
See, that comment reminds me of the Seinfeld episode with Frank, and how Frank had to feed. He was in the army, and he had to feed Frank Costanza, George Costanza's dad. He had to feed the troops, man, and it didn't go so well. It's like basically the best way I could put it, and like everybody wound up yakking, and he's traumatized now. He refuses to cook for anybody moving forward. It's the whole thing.
Hey, Chef, you sure you don't need to be by yourself for a little while?
No trip.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just fine.
No.
If there are no other questions and or comments, I can get out of your hair and let you all get to the Bears talk and the player of the week, Gizmo.
Okay. Now you do me a favor and give Triple R a call and tell him we'll try to avoid too much Bears conversation before we see him.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't mind, as he can get in where he fits in. And so you all do what you have to do, and then we will transfer the technical aspects over back to the Triple R in his space, and then I will handle the cleanup and finish eating. But once again, I would like to thank everybody and encourage you to try some of these recipes in your kitchen and do like Nomad suggested and try different flavors and see what you like and what you don't like. Because you have to eat every day, you might as well enjoy the eat. So please be sure to subscribe to my new YouTube channel at Chef Trips. At Chef Trips. Get it? And I look forward to seeing you again on the next episode of Extra Sauce and AM Effort in the Kitchen, because that's me, Chef Trips. And so I will see you either on the Chicago Bears pregame and or post games on Sports Chicago Style with the crew of Coach Tripping and Trip and Triple R, as well as my own channel at Chef Trips. So once again, thank you for watching. I hope you tried this recipe, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks again, Chef. We'll holler at you end of the month, next month.
Hold it down, Chef. We love you, man. And there he goes. That MFA in the kitchen did it again.
Yeah, got me hungry again.
I don't know how he does it, man. Because like I told you, I just ate. I ate like an hour ago, and I could easily, at least give a couple of bites of that sandwich. Like, I don't.
Man, dude, like I haven't eaten anything tonight, man. I ate something at about 2:30 this afternoon when I got home. I had a little sandwich, turkey sandwich, and that's the last thing I ate, man. It's the last thing I ate, and it's hard to watch somebody make that kind of meal. Something there's nothing on that plate that I don't want. Nothing. Absolutely.
Well, I'm not a huge peas guy. I'm kind of anti-peas, to be honest with you. But I would have used some kind of a bean instead. I'm just not sure. I mean, that's just me. I'm like more of a beans guy.
Yeah. Look at Scrolls. Scrolls asked FFG, has he ever had a Juicy Lucy up there in Minnesota? Do you know what that is?
What's a Juicy Lucy?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Samo say, shout out to Samo, Supernova Maniac. He says he don't like peas. I'm gonna eat them, MF. Well, I'm eating. That ain't my favorite vegetable, but I'm eating them. If
it's on my plate, you know what I mean. I won't turn it away or anything like that. But if I'm cooking it, if I'm chefing it, there wouldn't be no peas involved.
Hey, well, I'll tell you about the Juicy Lucy. Nod is in here rubbing it in.
So whose sister is that? And why are we talking about her that way?
Juicy Lucy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You just Google a Juicy Lucy. How about that?
I'm worried about what's gonna pop up.
Ain't nothing you ain't gonna love, bro. Nod's is rubbing it in my face, man. I'm 0-3 in your Superflex league. He says people in the Superflex got to do no matter solid. His points against against whoever is insane. This is my first bad scoring week. I've had a couple good scoring weeks, man, and just lost. Be honest with you, but I got my butt kicked this week. For real, for real.
And not served me up this week as well. But like I'm telling you, I mean, one mistake, and it was not getting Marcus Mariota. Just a little Marcus Mariota love instead of going out on a limb, Russell Wilson, and we would have had ourselves an actual go. But not taking my lunch this week. Alan Kennedy, what's up, Alan?
He the player of the week this week?
Who?
Alan Kennedy.
No. You want to know who? Alan Kennedy. You want to know who the player of the week is this week?
Was it you?
Was it me? I ain't playing. Take that for what it's worth. Player of the week this week is a young man.
Don't do that. No. Don't go there. I already got something for that.
Okay, all right.
I was talking about your Superflex league.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to who's a player of the week this week. I'll be honest with you. But we had a good outing. Naj beat me up this week, man, but that will not happen a second time, Naj. I'm just saying that will not happen a second time. Who else is out there in the chat? Big Sam O jumped in. What it do, man? What's popping, Sam? Good to see you, brother.
Let's swing into that Bears conversation. Let's just go here because we already pretty
That's where
much
we live
on there. And right here. NFC offensive player of the week, 19 for 28, 298 yards, just missed a 300-yard game with 4 tutties. Man, you know what, man? That's part of the relief that I was dealing with this week, kids. That's part of the relief because, even I practice what I preach, and I try to. But then at the end of the day, because I've been trying to preach patience about this cat and just trying to get people to understand that how the process works. And, he gets off to a bad start in week 1. Week 2, he does a little bit better. And you start to see the little bit of growth in each one of those games. And I'm just like, this is how it's supposed to be. And all of a sudden, he busts out and has a game that everybody can sink their teeth into. And I was just like, I think that was my relief this week, kids. I think that's why I'm just like woo-saw, and I just kind of relaxed and I was focused on something else other than, creating Bears content. I think that's what happened to me this week. I was so relieved that this shit's starting to work out and it's starting to look good that I was just like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's just give him his flowers, man. He deserves it. Great freaking game, man. Delivered the ball.
There's more than flowers,
man. Sprayed it around, man. Give him his props. We can talk about the particulars in a little bit. Man,
just a round of applause for him. I'm so proud of this guy. There's one capture of him like immediately after nailing that 50+ yard bomb to Luther Burden on that flea flicker, where he looks to the right, he looks to the crowd, and he's just got an ear-to-ear grin, man. Like, the saying, Cheshire grin or shit-eating grin? That's what this man had after that pass. And once I saw that, I was like, okay, wait a minute now. I think we might have ourselves a quarterback. But look, he's got a ways to go. He's growing right before our eyes, and it is such a thing of beauty, isn't it?
It is. It was nice to look at, man. What I keep saying, it's the truth, man. I was worried, even though I was preaching patience, if just looking at him on film and some of the stuff that I kept seeing over and over again, feet not being right, eyes not being in the right place at the right time, overthrows, underthrows. And I'm just like, oh man, is this going to marry up? And it's supposed to take some time, right? It's supposed to take some time. But it had glimpses of maybe, I don't know, man. But then here comes this last game you got to give a lot of credit to Ben Johnson, the way he schemed this up, gave everybody confidence. The game plan was solid against this team. And I don't want anybody to be misunderstood about what I'm saying here, but just take it for what it's worth. He still will face some issues moving forward, man. But this is looking good. It was the Dallas Cowboys. Their defense is kind of Swiss cheese right now, but I'm not taking shit from this cat. It was a good ass game, great performance. And I think this is just the beginning. And he's just now scratching the tip of the iceberg. They're going to layer on some more plays, some more stuff that's going to build confidence. I think that's the most important thing that happened last Sunday was the confidence that was breathed into the cat. You know, because now he's starting to believe in what's being taught to him, what's being told to him, what to trust, what not to trust, you know, what's being taught to him. I think he's starting to get a lot of confidence in, and you saw it on the field starting to translate the growth. You can see it, man. And that's, you know, it's just one game, but that's a lot to hang your hat on right now.
Remember when, hate to go in this direction, but remember when Matt Nagy was trying to find the whys? I think that Ben Johnson just kind of showed him why this week. And, you know, some of that was, look, we're doing X, Y, and Z so that we can get Luther Burden on the field for a flea flicker. You know, we're doing X, Y, Z to, you know, to pull the defense in and protect, you know, and think about the short game. We're, you know what I mean? We're layering on 3 tight ends to add additional protection for it to look like we're running the football when we're going to pass to the tight end and nail Colston Loveland deeper. Like, there was so much beauty in the game plan that I think part of this smile on this young man's face in this particular picture is just in relation to, wow, I understand why I'm doing the shit we're out here doing now. Let's go do it with reason, with purpose, right? So that's my thoughts on it. I'm super impressed by what he put together, and I can't wait to see more.
I like what Alan Kennedy is saying right here. By the way, Triple R just busted up in here. You can't see him, but we can see him. He's in here. Let me read what Alan Kennedy says. He says, I feel a spark coming from the coach by pushing the leadership of the team. Yeah, I think that was huge, man. Some of the stuff I've seen, little interviews here and there, you know, from the Bears press podium to guys being in different places doing interviews. It was a challenge amongst themselves to be better. And again, man, we were talking about the offense, the first game, and the defense being, you know, the truth is both of them are growing. And I see great things on both sides of the ball. To be honest with you all, I have not seen more than probably 3/4 of a quarter of the all 22 yet. I haven't had time, but I can't wait to get all the way into it because some of the stuff I've seen, and I saw that defense get, you know, while we're talking about Caleb Williams, one other thing I would say, you know what, let's just keep talking about Caleb Williams because that's just moving the ball a little bit. I got a whole conversation for that. But Triple R, man, you in here? You want to give got any words about this, man? This is a good feat for this kid early.
Yeah, because we've all been on him to, you know, show and prove, put the team on his shoulders, if you will, and win, you know, victories. But it just doesn't happen like that in reality because of surrounding situations. But as we've seen from young Mr. Gizmo there, he very rarely makes the same mistake twice. He learns, he progresses, and he's, you know, getting better and better and better. And as he becomes more comfortable with the offense, as the offensive line becomes more solidified, and as he becomes more in tune with his weapons, you know, at running back, tight end, and wide receiver, it's only going to get better. And, you know, we know what this Ben Johnson can do with offenses as, you know, we see the toilet kitties still using his same offense, putting up 50. So once we get to the point that everybody's on the same page, you're reading the same on the defensive side, they're pre-snap, they're get their signals together, their hand signals, their eye signals, whatever it is that Gizmo can look out at wrong, and then just give them a little nod, and they know what they're gonna do. The ad libs are kind of designed into the offense, if you will, because of the relationship and communication factor. And that's only getting better. We've just passed week 3. And after that, demoralizing loss, which wasn't, Caleb's fault at all, but he came out the next game and, he put up 4 tutties. So, you can't be mad at it. They're spreading the ball around. So it's not like, Caleb and or the offense is locked into one receiver or one position group. It's everybody eats. Everybody blocks, everybody gets the rock. And I like where this is going. It's more sustainable and exciting than we've seen, in these parts since whenever the fuck. But yeah, I like the direction of the coaching and the way that Mr. Gizmo there is taking to the coaching.
Samuel in here stealing my talking points. He says, this is one of my talking points though, Samuel. He says, number 2, redemption for the offensive line who struggled to protect. No sacks given up. And I was just clamoring on and on while y'all was doing the live broadcast, talking about how clean those pockets were. Some of those pockets were picture perfect. I could see those live during the performance. I didn't need to look at the all 22 to see that. But Samuel is definitely damn ass right, talking about redemption for the offensive line. I think the offensive line, for the most part, has provided clean pockets. For the most part, there's been some struggles here and there. To me, that's one of the conversations we're going to have a little bit later. To me, the problem is gelling in the run blocking, putting up consistent, run tracks for the running backs and all that kind of stuff. It's very inconsistent in the run game. But pass pro, it's been look like some of the best stuff I've seen in the league so far. Really, it has. But, I'm not – listen, Caleb Williams, with all the talk and all the, I haven't always been as flattering about Caleb Williams as a lot of people. And, I'm just here to be honest. I've been a lover of this football game since I was old enough to remember. I live it. I'll give anything to play it again. But, my honesty sometimes comes off wrong as though I don't like the kid. It was just me being honest about what I thought his shortcomings were and how long it might take him to get it there. I'm not saying he's there yet now. I'm saying he took a huge fucking step in the last few days. It was since we had that game. That was a huge step for his confidence. And what I'm saying to you now is that confidence boost is going to go a long freaking way for him. I think there's a lot of things to be talked about as far as that goes. The game plan, the offensive line blocking well, his good throws. But I think the most important thing that we can say to this right now is how much confidence was breathed into him. Because I don't know that he was so sure that this thing was going to work. But I think he feels good about it now. Don't you guys think? Yeah, I got all that.
You there, kids?
Well, look,
muted.
Well, I was a little muted. I'm pleased with what they did from an offensive perspective across the board. I'm glad that his confidence is up and Samuel is bang on. It was redemption song for the Chicago Bears and this burgeoning new squad of coaches. I love what Levante put in the chat. Because when I heard it, I had to put it up there for Nomad the other day. We had to talk about this a little bit, just me and him. But this little scene with Ben Johnson and Tremaine and Montez Sweat and just the gang, good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good gets better and your better gets best. that shit touched me. It gives me goosebumps. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but it makes me feel some kind of way. And I think it resonated as a message within the organization as to, you know, a sense of a solidarity between that group, that core group of not just coaches, not just players, but Chicago Bears. That's how it sort of felt to me. So again, you know, including Tremaine Edmonds with respect to redemption, I think Tremaine had a great game and he deserved that game ball. But I think we're moving in the right direction across the board. That's really where I am.
Yeah, all coaches got those little motivational sayings, quotations. We came from the era where it was hits, where one of the letters stood for the, and I was like, what? Okay, whatever. But whereas this one, the good, better, best thing, it's actually relevant, whether it be to football, and as Dick would say, as in life. You good, better, best, exactly what it means. Take it literally, verbatim. And it's fitting. It's just one of those things that is like coaches say, and it's like, all right, yeah, I'll run through a wall for that shit right there, coach. Because guess what? He's doing the thing. He's living it as well. He's not just spitting out some talking points or some shit that he wrote down when he was on a shitter that he thought sounded cool. Ben Johnson is a guy that, lives that mantra, and he expects it from himself and he expects it from his players. And I think now that we're in game 3 of his regime, the players are realizing that those expectations are higher, that they have to practice like a championship contending team, that they have to play from the beginning kickoff to the end whistle, like a championship caliber team, and have the responsibility of themselves and be accountable to their coaches and their teammates as well as themselves. And it's just, you can feel that vibe coming out of Hallis Hall. And the victory, especially after the words of who is it, Grady Jarrett, who was like, look, that was some bullshit we did on the field last week. We're going to have to look at ourselves as men, as football players, as representatives of the city of Chicago for their football team, of the NFL franchise, and do better. And they did. So as long as they can keep progressing. Now, I think I said in one of the pregame show, or no, it was the week 1 post-game show over there at Sports Chicago Style. Make sure you are subscribed if you are not. And if you are, good looking out. But I said something to the effect of, okay, after that loss, you're going to hear, or was week 2 when it was 50 points. Yeah, that 50 burger from those damn kitties. But it was like, you're going to hear that thing like, we need to have testicular fortitude, pride, strength, mental fortitude, all of that stuff. And they actually said that in the locker room, but it worked. It resonated. And the team responded. Now, let's keep that momentum going. Let's use week 3 as the baseline, like no lower than week 3 and only higher from here. That's what I want to see.
One other thing I will say to this is, we were just talking about, we're going to stick to the offensive side of the ball and what that looked like. We'll get into some particular players here in a minute. And one other thing that I probably should mention is, anybody know what synergy means? I know everybody probably know what synergy means, right?
Cohesion, working together.
Collective energy, right?
Yeah,
okay. It was also Jem, and it was also Jem's computer from the 80s cartoon, but continue.
Yeah. Okay, whatever that means. So synergy is important. Energy is important to any football game. Is how's the energy flowing out here? Is it favoring our team or is it not? Is it favoring the other team or is it not? Synergy is when, let's just say a certain player or two does something and breathes energy into the group. And so the offensive group, I think, fed off of some of that synergy, man. And I saw confidence just build. It was like everybody wanted to make a play at a certain point. And it was just like they were lining up to make a play. And so that might sound unimportant to you all, but to me, watching the game and feeling that shit, I was just like, yeah, they lining up. Everybody's lining up to take a punch the Cowboys in the face right about now. It's like it's like open season on them. I felt that kind of stuff can take a team further than you think. It can carry a team when it's not so good, at certain moments when it's a struggle a little bit. But some of the stuff that happened with Caleb Williams, it kind of bled off to everybody else, delivering passes on time and all that kind of stuff. You're gonna run your route with a whole lot more confidence, knowing that this quarterback can hit you with the ball, right? As opposed to, okay, I'm a half-ass run this route because I'm third in the progression and I don't think he can get to me. So I ain't gonna really run this route, right? Because I know he ain't gonna get to me. That kind of stuff goes through the minds of every one of those human beings that are running routes for Caleb Williams. And so I think he answered some questions for them. And I saw the offense grow from that momentum of that synergy, man.
Okay. Synergy. I had nothing for synergy. I'm just saying. But like momentum is another thing to really talk about, and that's where Tariq came in, man. Tariq had a game himself. Back to that redemption song. Tariq had a game, and you kind of made a point about it at the end of the game, and I was like, it was an all right game. But I after sort of going back and thinking about it a little bit more, watching a little bit more of that game, yeah, Tariq did have a game, man. He did show out. He's had a rough beginning to this season, and off he goes, man. So shout out to Tariq.
We don't get to the defense, but we still talking about the offense.
Well, yeah, well, on Tariq, before going back to the offense, he had an okay game. I need to see more in coverage. When he yeeted that kid, that was nice. That's how Lil Wayne said it. I think it was skeet, yeet, one of those. I don't know. I get confused. But yeah, the offense, as long as we can protect, we see that Ben Johnson schemes guys open. Because there's usually guys open. Now it could be the fourth read on the right side of the field, and they're starting at 1 on the left side of the field, so you never get to the fourth read. But there will come a time where pre-snap it'll be like, oh, I know I'm supposed to start to the left, but looking at this defense, I'm going to start to the right. And that fourth read that's open is now going to be the first read that's open. So it's a progression in the offense. It's a learning thing, and we're going the right direction, which is more than we can, have said, a while back. So as long as we can, make incremental progress every week, we're going to get to where we want to be.
All right. So before we go any further offensively, let me speak to some of the injury report stuff that I've heard. And I don't have any kind of, I'm just going off what I've seen on Smarty's take on Twitter. I don't know because I haven't had time to know. But from what I understand, TJ and Kyler are ramping up. Now, what I would say to that is I hope they play, but it would make sense to me as a coach to, if they are any kinds of questionable before this game, this is game 4, right? And we got a bye week after that. You hold them back and you save them until after the bye, in my opinion. But it's very encouraging to hear that. And another way of looking at that is they're going to have a whole week off, and maybe you want to get them a game before that week off so you can get them back into the flow. There's 2 ways to look at that. You can hold them back because you want to just protect them a little bit, or you can get them back into the flow and back into the rhythm of playing football. And then by the time we get to week 5, we're full bore. There's 2 ways to look at that. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, sure as heck use Kyler Gordon back, that's for sure. Personally, if with respect to TJ, I'm right there with you. I would give TJ the extra time to get fresh. And why I say that is that right at this present moment, Noah Sewell's doing great in his position, right? He's playing very well. Tremaine is also excelling. It gives you one more week to rest and one more week for that little duo to continue on. As far as Kyler is concerned, though, man, that secondary's hurt up, man. And I couldn't wait any longer to get Kyler out there. If I was Dennis Allen, I would want to bring him out, and I would want him to potentially play on the outside, and you could even leave Nick McLeod where he is right now. Nick McLeod, you ain't hearing his name quite frequently, and that just means he's playing darn good football.
That's a good thing.
You know what I'm saying? It's a good thing. He's playing some good football where he's at. There's also the other reality that Josh Blackwell, I believe, is he would be slated to come back after that bye week too. So that's part and parcel of all this. There's going to be a bit of an influx of humanity in just about 2 weeks' time. So if we can get past this week and stay semi healthy, I would be happy if Kyler could get on the field. But if he can't, fine. In 2 weeks from now, I think we'll be in just as close to full strength as we have been all season.
Kids, if I were you, I know there's no chance in you being able to do it, but I would try to coin the term humanity and the term wallet share or low wallet share.
Okay.
You own those two terms, right?
Those are my two terms. I like it. I also say do the darn thing. So those are they will all be T-shirts available for you to purchase live and direct at nomaniac.com upon launch.
Low wallet.
Like if he puts up the how to become a member right now, that would be spot on.
Man, I only got so many hands though. Let's do that. Boom. Spot on. By all means, folks, become a member. Even the scrolls figured it out. All you gotta do is
damn. Why you gotta call him stupid?
Why you gotta kick him in the gonads though?
Hey, because that's what I do, man. Sometimes I do that. But scan that QR code, grab your phone, give her a scan, and join the rest of us here. Become a member, whether that's a No Maniac or a Super No Maniac. What you're gonna find on the site as of 9:15 today is there's a little something for you in the posts for you No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs. Keep your eyes peeled in the post section. You'll find a little something that will pertain to another little something upon launch. So we can't wait to get this website up for you. We were planning on doing a little something like that today, but just a little bit more tweaking left to do, and you'll thank us for it afterwards.
Yeah, that as well as there's also a second reason why there's been no all 22 breakdowns, and that's because we want to do it for our members, man. We want to do it for the people that really support the channel, because we need that support, man. And they do it every single month for us, and that's one of the ways we can pay them back is do the all 22 private breakdowns for them. We can get into all the nuances of everything. I don't have to be limited to how many plays I can show. That's one of the features. I can't wait to do that for you all privately, man. I'm sorry for all the people that haven't subscribed to the channel or become a member. It's not against you, but we have to figure out ways to make sure that we reward and say thank you to the people that really, really look after us, man. So it's very, very easy. Never will be as easy as it is right now today to get a membership for 99 cents. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. I know everybody can't afford $5 going out of their bank account in a month. I know how tight money is, but we've made it as easy as everybody can make it. I would love to see this entire chat go green, man. I would really love to see that. That would be great, man. If it's just a 99-cent membership, we thank you for that. But a $4.99 membership would be preferred. But hey, whatever you can do, you can do. So we just thank you ahead of time. Grab a membership, man. Go to the channel and just grab a membership.
I was wondering at the beginning of the season why they just didn't put like TJ and or Kyler on IR. not the season IR, but that 4-game thing. Now, I don't know if they can only put so many players on that at a time, but just looking at the hamstring and the soft tissue injuries that are happening, it's like, dude, from Booker to TJ to Kyler, and it's like, these are 3 at least right there of our top, defenders with Booker on the upswing. So having those guys back on the field would be major, but I do not want them to push it and rush back, because with those soft tissue injuries, they're chasing a player down the field and boom, they pull it again, and now they're done for the rest of the goddamn season. So let's make sure they're healthy before they're put back out there. And if they are good to go, 90% or more, I play against the Raiders, but on a snap count, if you will. Just to get a little lathered up back into the flow for the first time in this defense this season, for Kyler at least. So it's a very precarious line to walk. And the way these soft tissue injuries have been progressing, let's just walk it very, very slowly. Precaution is the key here.
We always got to take a time out when we see green, we see yellow, we see red. No matter what the hell we talking about, give thanks to Naj for giving somebody a membership here, man. He gave somebody, I don't know who he gave it to, but whoever it is, man, please give a shout out to Naj, man. He's the gift that keeps on giving. That's why we love him, man. Right shout out to Naj. We'll get you on the show whenever you're ready again, Naj. All you got to do is what to do. Shout out to Brandon Bias, who's been a member for 3 months. He said, "We having fun yet?"
Damn straight. Damn straight. Honestly, I'll say it again. I had a lot of fun watching this football game and sort of seeing this team do different things for many different reasons. We'll talk about more of them as we go throughout the night. But watching the way they came together in that locker room at the end of it all was honestly, like I said before, it literally gave me goosebumps. I haven't seen anything that exciting with respect to the Chicago Bears in quite some time. So hopefully you guys felt the same way I did when that popped off. We saw sort of what kind of a leader we have in Ben Johnson, not just on the field, but also off the field. And I appreciate that in a major way.
I'm talking to Don. I was about to chat this to you. He's talking about Nomad told me them losing 2 coordinators was going to be was going to break they shit up. And I still believe that. I still believe, I'm telling you, I love when teams get off to this high as expectations start and they start having a whole lot of success early. I'm telling you right now, Don, and you all in the chat right now, hold me to these words. They will tail off like they always fucking do. They will tail off. When it comes down to winning time, they ain't gonna have what they need, like they never do, man. Like they never do. Ain't shit gonna change about that, Don. Y'all gonna get y'all shit kicked in at the end. I guarantee you that, because y'all gonna slow down. Promise you that. I guarantee you that. That ain't no promise. I'm guaranteeing you that. Y'all gonna get y'all shit kicked in. Telling you now. So go hoot and holler all you want to in all these chats and talk about how good the Lions are. I'm just telling you, y'all can get y'all shit busted up. I love teams to start off hot like this.
Well, I wish I could trash talk the Lions right now. I can't. They just beat up on my pick for the AFC Championship team. So I don't know what to say. I will say this though. The odds are you're just going to simply choke at some point in the season. I'll just sit back and wait for it and laugh. I said last season going into the playoffs that this is your year, this is your window, and y'all did what? I heard a whole lot of choking. So I kind of expect a whole lot of choking this time around too.
I'm telling you, it's first couple of 2-3 games, 4 games of the season, teams look really good, and people start picking up their pom-poms. And I'm telling you right now, y'all gonna get y'all shit kicked in when it comes down to it. Telling you right now. I say it every year, Don, because it's true. Y'all get y'all shit kicked in at the end.
Saying it's true every year too.
Yeah.
That is not he's not lying in that respect, because when was that time that they won the Super Bowl again? Remember that time?
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to line up here. So there will be some level of choking.
Man, I love this from Super Maniac Levante Rogers. He said all they did is what Reggie Miller did his whole career. Choke.
Damn.
That's cold, man. I don't know if I want to associate Reggie Miller himself, but yeah, the Pacers did. I think Reggie was clutch in all those performances, but rest of the team didn't help him out. He might have missed a couple of free throws, so you might be right, Levante. He might have missed some free throws down there in the clutch. If I start thinking about some of them games I looked at, I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, Don, dog, enjoy it while it lasts, because it ain't going to last. It ain't going to last. All right, let's get to the next conversation. Jalen Johnson reportedly could be ready come second half of the season. We're talking now, what is that, game 8, 9, somewhere in that neighborhood now? So it's possible. Jalen Johnson, who reportedly, I think, already had the surgery, could be ready by a week.
You already had surgery?
I believe so. I'm not sure, but I believe so. So what are y'all confident in that? How y'all feel about that?
Well, I need to know more. Like, this is a Dr. West, you know what I mean? This is a Dr. West moment. You know what I'm saying? I kind of need some Dr. West right now to give me an idea as to what happened, what really went down.
Injury though, man. I would love to know the details of his injury. All I know is it's a core something oblique related. That's all I know.
Yeah, I heard it was like something Kama Sutra related.
Oh, here we go, man. Here you go with all that slander, man. Leave that man alone, man.
That explains everything.
I'm trying to have him on the show one of these days, man. You constantly, man. You come on, man.
Talk about the Kama Sutra with us.
Come on, man. The man just doing podcasts right now. I would like him on this one.
Well, how about he chill with the podcast and worry about recovering from his surgery? And I don't know what kind of surgery it was, but it was surgery. And anytime you go under the knife, it's a thing, you know. So, you know, if the recovery is by week 8, you know, all right, so you got half of the season to acclimate, get in shape, heal up, learn where you're supposed to be on the defense, and then contribute. I mean, is that a lot to ask at that time of the season? Because it would just be so much worse if he pushes it, and much like the soft tissue injuries previously discussed, you know, if he re-injures something or tears something, or, you know, it's like, would it be best just to make sure he's good or come back early? If the team is successful and winning without him, and it's like, oh, well, shit. If they win without him, imagine how good they will be with him. But it's like, all right, well, he tries to come back, then he gets hurt. Now it's a thing. But if he does get hurt and he comes back, he had all offseason to recover and come back healthy next year. So what the hell? If the team is looking upward, put him out there. But if the team is looking like, we're not quite ready yet to run for the playoffs, leave him out.
Yeah, I wouldn't rush him back at the end of the day, right? I wouldn't rush him back. I think you nailed it, Trip. If they're headed to the playoffs, this is a playoff caliber team, and we need Jalen Johnson. Come back, Jalen. If they're hurting, ain't no reason to rush your way back. I would suggest you take your time and come back healthy, man.
Yeah, so Charles, I ain't putting up your comment, man. I ain't doing that because we're trying to leave that alone. But listen,
well,
one more thing offensively. Let me go. I'm finna go and skirt before we even get into that bullshit. Let me go and talk about the offensive line, because I don't think it got enough love while we was talking about Caleb Williams winning Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC. That offensive line, and again, I told you I only got about 3/4 of a quarter of all 22 in so far. I'm telling you, pass pro wise, these dudes are gelling. They are gelling. And I know a lot of people would say, okay, they was playing the Cowboys, they didn't have Micah Parsons, so okay, rah, 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 nomad. I'm saying that I saw really, really good signs. And one more time, I haven't seen all of the all 22, but I'm starting to see an offensive line fan out like an accordion, attached to assignments and not let them go. And Caleb Williams is getting more and more comfortable back there, which is really, really benefiting us. I'm telling you, pass pro, and I start seeing some improvement in the run game too. Some of the assignment, it's assignment offense is what it is. Just like it's assignment defense. Handle your assignment, take care of it, tack up on a guy, and if that ball is supposed to come through your area, tack up, and you don't make sure you're not the problem in the assignment this play. And I'm starting to see a little more consistency. I've said it over and over again. Offensive lines, just like defensive lines, need to gel. They need to learn to play with each other. And I'm telling you guys, the more and more these guys play together, the better and better that offensive line is going to get. I'm telling you, it's good stuff on that film, and it's just going to get better throughout the whole season. I'm telling you, that offensive line deserves, I hope he gave every last one of them something privately, because every last one of them deserved it. They played their asses off in this game, man. They deserve accolades just like Caleb Williams.
Offensive line played amazing. To add a little bit to that as well, Ben Johnson did a fantastic job of adding chips and tight ends to bolster the line as well, right? Like there was times where I had to stop when we were watching this game and be like, damn, like Cole Kmet is a force to be reckoned with today. He's out there chipping and blocking left, right, and center, which kind of blew my mind. I was very impressed by Cole Kmet and what he was able to do. Let me extend those same sentiments out to Dylan Smythe, who's also out there doing it large. The team played swimmingly, y'all. They played some damn good football across the board, especially on that line.
Let me speak to FFG Style Supernova Maniac. He says at Nomad, he says, can y'all tell me why Caleb gets picked apart as a generational #1 overall pick by every network, and Trevor Lawrence in the same boat, and you never hear about how bad he is in his 5th season? Well, a couple of things. One of them, you already answered it, is the simple fact that well, no, to be honest with you, I think the biggest thing is he's in Jacksonville, #1.
And no one gives a shit about Jacksonville.
Nobody gives a shit. Caleb is in a huge marketplace. And I'll say the second thing, and anybody that wants to disagree with this can, and it's obvious. Sometimes, and I'm not accusing anybody of being that now, but at times, the tall, blonde, white quarterback will get way more leeway than anybody else in the league, because that's the prototype, right? Am I right or wrong? Just tell me if I'm right or wrong. I will retract that comment. But to me,
went down that road.
I'm just saying, I will retract it if I'm wrong.
Hey, Sunshine gets all the benefit of the doubt, because why? He's Sunshine.
I cannot refute what you're talking about right now, because there's really not much else. There really isn't any other legitimate reason. Like, let's just be real on this one.
Let's speak prototype, though. Is he not the prototype? NFL prototype?
He's been the prototype. They've exclaimed this from the highest mountain, as some level of singer would have said back in the day, right? But he's the next John Elway. He's the next Andrew Luck. He's the next bust from that draft class. He's probably the realest way for it to be said. So let's keep our fingers crossed and put all of our money into a second contract, a contract extension for the young man, and see what happens. So it is what it is. We're going to find out what he really is. I'm going to say this out loud. He's got weapons. Got weapons over there. There's really no reason for it not to be working out.
Honestly, kids, I can't even qualify how good or not good Trevor Lawrence has looked this year, to be honest with you. I've been too busy worrying about other things, being Bears. And I've heard things, seen a few highlights, but I can't tell you that I've watched Trevor Lawrence play. But I know facts are facts, and there is no disputing the truth. He will get a lot more runway just because of, and even his runway will get clipped. You know, I don't give a shit how tall or blonde or all that kind of shit. That shit won't matter in the end if he ain't delivering dubs and being, you know, what they drafted. He's gonna get his runway cut off. So it don't really matter at the end. The truth is gonna come out in the end anyway.
It matters a little bit. I'll just say the obvious thing, like because he got the contract, that's the difference between him and everybody else out of that draft class. It's really about that simple. It's not play on the field. Like the play on the field is about the same as everybody else in the draft class. But
well, let me question, kids.
Money in the bank.
You do a super flex show?
I do.
And so right now, would you rather have Sunshine or Indiana Jones? Danny
I know who you're talking about. The Indy. If you're asking me, it was a great film. I do appreciate the Sun, but I think I'm going with Indiana Jones. There's a difference though. Like you know what you're getting. Yeah, hey, they're like I'm now just thinking about the two quarterbacks, and they're very similar. I'm still going with Danny Dimes though.
Hey, I remember you wasn't going Danny Dimes until I did that Superflex show with you.
I'm not one to like really go down that road. I try, if we're talking about fantasy football, I try to have quarterbacks on staff, you know what I mean? Like on my bench and be prepared. I'm not shucking and diving and waiting for a waiver wire QB. If you're looking for a quarterback on waiver wire, things have gone wrong. So I will mention that I do have Jaden Daniels as my QB, and he's hurt. So I am, and I have been, in the quarterback market. I do have a secondary quarterback, but, you know, I went out on a limb this time around with Cam Ward. So I'm in a bit of a weird situation this time around. Marcus Mariota was a good look. I took a look at Michael Penix. No, things ain't good. Yeah, things ain't right in Atlanta. Apparently,
you let Russ cook.
Who? So on one team I let Russ cook, and on the other team I went with Michael Penix. And in both situations, it was like, what have you done? Why did you do this? Just get Marcus Mariota, because they actually have a good football team. You know what I mean? Like, it's about that simple. So I made a mistake, and this is why I lost to Naj this past week, for exactly these reasons.
And for those reasons and more, you know, it's good to see that with all the adversity and all the pressure that is on young Mr. Caleb Williams is his shoulders, whether it be imposed by the Chicago media, the Chicago fan base, or himself, you know, coming in as Superman, you know, that's, you know, you let your balls hang right there. So it's like, all right, what you got, kid? You know, his future is looking much more brighter than Sunshine's. And Sunshine got a whole ass team around him and has had that.
My brother, he's also like, how do I phrase this nicely? Indiana Jones is also in the temple of K. Adams. So, you know what I mean? So like that adds a little bit of additional no big Penix energy whatsoever. But you know what I mean? It adds a little bit of additional oomph.
Wait, I don't know what that means, K. Adams.
The Temple of K. Adams, or
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means? You ever see K. Adams before?
No,
You ever watch?
don't explain it to him.
Huh?
No.
Don't explain it to him? Really?
No.
I don't know who K. Adams is.
Okay.
No.
It means that Danny Dimes is dating K. Adams. That's what it means. That's what it means.
I guess I gotta Google who the hell K. Adams is.
You don't know who K. Adams
He
is.
knows who K. Adams is. It's just not coming through his head right now.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just trying not to get him started, man. And he's gonna go.
I'm sorry, but I'm just giving facts. I'm just saying it adds a little bit of an additional layer.
Announcer?
Yes.
That's gonna take him somewhere we don't need him to be.
Oh, is that the chick from Amazon?
From Good Morning Football.
Yeah, I don't watch that. Is that the chick from Amazon?
She used to be on Wake Up Football or something.
Yeah, I don't watch
Morning
that.
Football.
Yeah, I don't watch that.
I heard you both times. Thank you.
And all of a sudden she made a deal with the devil, and then she everywhere.
But is that the chick that's on Thursday Night Football on Amazon? I'm asking.
Thursday Night Football.
Yes, bro. Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Okay, yeah. All right, now at least I kind of know who it is, but I have no idea who she is. I just know it's like, oh yeah, that's the chick that's on Thursday Night Prime Football. I don't know who she is outside of that, nor do I really give a shit. But okay, Danny's hitting that. I see you.
Hey, so Scroll says he's the skinny chick with the big head.
Wow, Scroll.
Well, I know it's not no Clarissa, because Clarissa always got her toes out, looking all delicious.
He says NBA Jam, Bill.
Man, we went in the wrong direction. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I told you don't fucking do it.
I know you did. I should have done it.
Clarissa always be having her toes.
Hey, man, you motherfuckers learn to listen, man.
I shouldn't have done it. I'm feeling sad and blue.
Now I gotta goddamn steer this shit somewhere else. All right, let's talk about some defense, man. All right, so defensively, here's the first thing to note before we get all the way into the entirety of it. The replacement guys. We talking about Nick McLeod. We talking about Nashawn Wright. We talking about Noah Sewell. We talking about guys like that are in there for key guys. The replacement guys. Funny thing now, today, you're not hearing about them and how bad their play was this week, have you? Have you heard that? Have you heard a peep about Nick McLeod?
Well, no, but
have you heard a peep about Noah Sewell other than he's playing his ass off? Have you heard a peep this week about Nashawn Wright?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that I've heard a little bit about. Only Nashawn, though. All right, that's the only one I think folks are a little bit trepidatious about. Everybody else played well.
All right, well, let's talk about Nashawn then. Let's just talk about him first, and we'll get to the other guys.
All right. He looked a little bit lost out there. I don't know if it was just me.
The last game?
Yeah. All three of these games, he looked just a little bit lost, more so in the earlier two games than in this one, but in this one as well. He looked a little bit off kilter, for lack of a better thing to say. And it's fine by me. I personally just hope that when Kyler comes back, he takes that spot. That's my thoughts.
That is a lack of a better way of saying it. Let's just say he had a pretty good game individually, as opposed to some of the games he's had before.
Fair. I agree with that.
That I would just say that before you want to give it the trips. And any thoughts on Nashawn Wright?
Oh yeah, my bad. I was looking at pictures of K. Adams.
Yeah.
Nashawn Wright. Yeah. He hasn't been getting as burnt in coverage, and he's making some nice plays with support on the run. But I don't think that he is let's say, what do you call him? A starter at cornerback. The coaches have created a game plan between Dennis Allen and Al Harris, the secondaries coach, to put the secondary in better positions to succeed despite sometimes lack of pass rush. And they shine right. He's been beat a couple times, but he looks more comfortable within the offense. But I still wouldn't qualify him as starter quality. But he's coming along, but still it's kind of like, damn, okay, he made a good play, yay. But it's still kind of that apprehension when you know he's on the field and the ball might be going his direction.
All right. I ain't got slander for him. He had a hell of a game. I thought he played well. He did his job and the way it's supposed to be done. And that's exactly what you're looking for. But shout out to the Scrolls for mentioning this because I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I heard about the story. He said CJ Gardner-Johnson, dynamic safety, and nickel cornerback got released from Houston, and he played on the DA in New Orleans. True. And not only that, damn, I didn't put the two things together when I'm reading the story. I was just like, damn, why did he get cut? You know, I'm into the story and they get into reasons why he didn't fit with the team. He started complaining about some things and his job and his situation. And I'll tell you some of the things that he said in that article was he was asking D'Amico Ryans basically, blitz me more. You're not using me right. Blitz me more. You got me sitting back here in coverage, and that's not helping me. That's not helping the defense. Put me up at the line of scrimmage and let me blitz. Guess what, Scrolls? Guess who will do that for him?
Dennis Allen.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
And he's a free agent, right?
Yeah, he's cut now. He's out there. He can sign with whoever he wants to.
And now is he a corner or a safety?
He can play nickel corner and he can play safety. That's it. Because he's dynamic is what makes him valuable.
And these are positions that we could use a little assistance at on the Bears.
Yeah, fucking.
Considering that he's been a starter quality guy, but now as Kitty Cat Don Burr saying he's a locker room cancer kind of guy.
He's a jerk.
Well, I don't like when people repeat that kind of shit.
What do you mean you don't like that?
No, but I mean, some guys are just assholes.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't like it. You can be a cancer in one locker room and not so much in the next one. Depending on how you dealt with, how many veterans are there. If you got the right kind of people around you in the right system, that same cancer can be you can be an asset to another team. I don't like that shit.
Or an asshole.
No, so fucking what? You can be an asshole. You can be an asshole sometimes. But that don't mean you're a
I'm everybody's favorite asshole. There's a difference.
I can't stand that shit, man.
There's a difference. So look,
I'm just calls him a cancer. He must be a bad person.
No, it's
I'm sure that the people in the Saints locker room aren't calling him a happy, jolly fellow, after demanding a trade and such.
Well, how about this is the guy who got 2 different Chicago Bears to punch him in a single game. I don't really want out of all the players in the NFL, this is the one player that I personally I'm the same guy who comes to this show on a regular basis and is like, Tariq Stevenson is a jerk and I love him for it. That's me. I hate this guy. I don't like this guy. I don't like CJ Gardner-Johnson.
You don't like him if he was on your team.
Man, I would like it if he
wasn't. Those guys, he irritates the opposing guys, but yes. on your team, he's like, yeah, he's irritating, but he's our irritator.
He's our asshole. Yeah, I get it. I would prefer it. You know what I mean? If he wasn't our asshole, but if he is, I guess it's better than him being somebody else's asshole.
Here's the only problem.
His on-the-field play, do you think it's worth it?
Here's the only problem, kid. I mean, Trips is what I was going to is he's a starter, and he can't start here.
What do you mean he can't start here? We're decimated. Our main starters in.
If you sign CJ Gardner-Johnson right now with Kyler Gordon, coming off. He's probably going to be here either this week or the week after the bye. And you got a healthy Kevin Byard and a healthy Jaquan Brisker. Where the fuck is he going to start it? You'd be buying him for a week and you're stuck with that contract for a year.
Well, it's just this year. I would sign him to a 1-year deal. He just got cut off of this deal. Odds are a big chunk of it's probably already being paid by Houston, is it? So they're gonna have to split up his contract for this year. And if they think they can use him for however many games they think they can use him, then sign him. But if he can't come here and be a starter, he's got to take a secondary role.
Well, I'm sure that his primary agent destinations will be teams that may want to offer him more than a 1-year contract. You know what I mean? Like, 2, 3, however many year deals. Whereas now, all right, 1-year deals, maybe he's looking for a Super Bowl contender kind of thing. Calling his own shot.
If I'm him, being realistic about the situation, I'm just going to chill into some major nickel cornerback on some championship contending team. And he might see Chicago and this team as a team that can do things. I don't know, but it could be other teams out there. I can think of a couple of teams right now off the top of my head that maybe you just chill out for a minute and they sign you for the second half of the season.
Well, let me ask you this, Matt. Being that he was with Dennis Allen for a while, did he thrive under Dennis Allen? And would Dennis Allen be somebody like, hey, Ryan Pauls, hey, we could use this dude in our secondary, and would this be somebody that Dennis Allen would vouch for?
Now, I'm gonna answer this question with reference to what Levante Rogers says. He says, "Why can't we start him? Put Kyler on the outside and play him at nickel." You know what, Levante? Thank you for making me think about this. I'm not considering that Jalen Johnson might be gone for the season, and there could be a space there. Whether you put Kyler on the outside. There's ways you can tweak that. You were right, Levante. There's ways, you guys are right. There's ways that you can fit this. With Jalen Johnson possibly being out for the season, you can move some shit around and make this work. You're right.
But now also on added a layer to that, considering that the 4 safeties that we have on the roster right now, none are signed beyond this season. Would Chauncey Gardner be someone that you would want? For a few more seasons going forward.
I love him for the next couple of years.
Well, what's interesting, man, like Nick McLeod is playing well. I just got to say that as well, right? So he's playing well in the nickel. But what's interesting is it would serve as Tyler Gordon insurance, right? So he would be able to sort of come in and play that nickel position and outside, or vice versa. You can sort of alternate either one of these guys into those 2 roles, and that's kind of a good look. Like, I don't want this guy on my team though. And look at me, I'm talking myself into
it. Man, I don't get that.
I'm talking myself into it, man. Because he slapped up. Why? Because he slapped up Javon. Like he I don't like this guy.
You can't be that much of a creature of the moment, man. That was, it's friendly competition.
The moment. If you're saying I'm holding a grudge, the moment was about 3-4 years ago.
I'm saying though, man, that's just because that happened. Then you're gonna be like, I don't want this motherfucker on my team. That's just like saying, okay, you know what? Aaron Donald got into a face-to-face with some offensive lineman on the team, and he punched him in the nose and made his nose bleed. You don't want him on the team. That's a can't. I'm not comparing to
you. Know what it's like? I'll give you a better example. It's like saying I wouldn't want
Rims. I remember that. You're right.
I wouldn't want Ndamukong Suh on the Bears. That's probably a good comparison. With Ndamukong Suh stomping up on Jay Cutler's leg, you know what I mean? Sending him out for an extended period of time. What up, Crooked? I wouldn't want Ndamukong Suh to be a Chicago Bear. That's just me. Is he amazing talent. Yes, he is. I wouldn't particularly want him here. Same thing with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I would not want that guy here. Just me.
The thing is, kids, if you were, I bet you, and I'm just this is some hypothetical shit if you ever want to hear something. I bet you if you were to pick 15 random guys on any team from all different teams and say, would you rather have CJ Gardner-Johnson in your locker room or going against him? I guarantee you 15 out of 15 would say, I'd rather have that motherfucker with us. I guarantee you that. And so if that means anything to you, great. But I'm telling you, you want that motherfucker in the tank with you. He's a playmaker, man.
I agree. I'm not taking anything away from his
talent. You gotta take a hard look at it if you're Ryan Poles, because of the condition of the secondary, with the familiarity with Dennis Allen, and Gardner-Johnson is a talented player, and those aren't always available in free agency just like that at this time of the year. So there are a lot of positives, but it's just his asshole factor, being the negative.
I can certainly get over that. Shout out to AC Adams that mentioned, man, he is hard to root for, and that's true. He's a piece of something on that football field.
Wow, Smitty Q, you just punched me in the nuts. So Smitty Q, he did, man. Smitty Q said, but we oh, whoops. How did that disappear? Oh, here we go. He said we rooted for Dennis Rodman. So yeah, we did. And I felt exactly the same way with the Rodman situation.
When he wasn't on the team. And when he wasn't on the team, and then he got on the team, he was like, hell yeah, Dennis Rodman.
Right. When he was in Detroit, it was like, fuck that dude. But once he got on the squad, it was like, yeah, get it, worm.
It's so true, man. It's so true. Everybody was like, F this guy. And the reason why they changed it, like, the reason why we all accepted it was because of Jordan. Jordan kind of was part of the recruiting case scenario and then spoke up on his behalf. It was like me and Scotty went out there and we talked to him. It was cool. We were fine with it. Meanwhile, Scotty's like, I don't like this. I don't like this dude. I ain't trying to have it. I don't like this dude. But it all worked out. We were all cool with it in the end. So fine. You know what? I'm fine with it. I just needed to get it out there and say that I don't like him. I don't like him. But, like, you know what I mean? Maybe I will like him in the future.
But it's like Joakim Noah. Bulls fans love that dude, but opposing teams was like, dude, I hate that dude, because he just gets under your skin as a player. It's to the benefit of his team, but to the detriment of other teams, because you get the responses of the helmet slaps or the punches and the 15-yard penalties. But if he can be an asshole for wins and positivity for the Bears fans will love him. But just being an asshole, it's like, no, I don't want that dude on my team. Until he's on your team helping you win, then it's like, yeah, I love that dude.
I love how Dennis Rodman is the poster boy for just generic asshole everybody hates, but then they love him.
I'm a particular kind of person that can speak to this, man, because, and I'm not here to pat myself on the back about what I did, but truth be told, in my history, I've been leaned on as one of those people who can reach those kind of football players that didn't know really how to control their emotions when the games were important. And when he gets a little bit off kilter, hey man, hey, go over there and talk to him. Go over there and get with him. I was one of those guys that, hey, dog, walk with me. And we live on the sidelines during the game. Walk with me. I'm good. That's what you'll hear. I'm good. I'm straight. No, you finna walk with me. We finna talk. And as we're walking, he's just like, cuz I'm good. And I'm talking to him. I'm just like, no, you ain't, man. You got to calm down. We need you. That's why you here. We need you. You got to have guys on the team that can reach him when he hits 10. That's what people are saying in the chat. That's what people are, calling them cancers and shit for. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about some of the stuff that gets attached to him. That's why, because you don't have somebody that can bring him back down and get him back to game shape. I think we have some people like, I love the fact that Kevin Byard is here. Number one, I love the fact that Jaquan Brisker is here. Both those two guys can bring. There's guys all along that sideline. Grady, Jarrett. There's guys on this team now, as opposed to a couple years ago when I could say, nah, we ain't got those kind of guys on the team. We got those kind of guys on the team that can bring him back into the fold. I was lucky enough in my life to be counted on as one of those guys to bring somebody back into the fold. So it's about the people that you have inside your building, inside your locker room, that can get him back to where he needs to be. Should you have to do that for another human being during a football game when everybody has responsibilities? You shouldn't have to, but we all come from a different range of the spectrum is wide as far as our emotions go when we play in this game. So don't just discard this guy or discount him because he's not what you expect him to be. There's got to be people that can keep him where he needs to be. And go ahead.
The scrolls are saying there in the chat now with dudes like CJ, Shamar, and Tyreek, we definitely get some penalties, but you definitely have an identity as a nasty defense. And there's a message that I sent you kids in your DMs there with Shamar Turner, and he got limited reps on the field Sunday, but there was one play where he was on the field, and it was at the end of the play, and an offensive lineman kind of pushed him, at the end of the whistle, and you could see Shamar Turner, and it looks like he was barking at the dude. And he was like literally barking at the offensive lineman. And it's like, what the hell? And it's like, that's some crazy nastiness right there. So yeah, I see what Scrolls is saying. If you remember, Shamar Turner is a dude that punched offensive lineman in his ding ding when he was giving him business. Look at him on the screen right there at the end of the play. Number 95. He pushed him and he's barking at him. It's like, what the hell? That's some not right in the stuff head, which you need, from some of your defensive players and offensive linemen, to tell you the truth. But yeah, so you get a Chauncey Gardner if the coaching staff and the team captains and the structure can handle his quote unquote attitude. And as long as he's not in the locker room being an asshole or kissing people unwantedly, it's like, let's look into it.
Lord, hey. Anyway, man, let me turn the car. Let me turn the goddamn car. Look, the truth is, man, you got to have people around to facilitate this. And we're not the same team that we were 2 years ago. Not the same team that we were a year ago. We're a completely different team. And I do think we have the kind of alphas inside the building that can facilitate that. I think he won't be a problem here. I think they'll get him straight. I think they'll get him straight right away. And I don't even think it would take long. They'd be like, hey, man, this is what this is what it is. This is what we do. This is how you conduct yourself. We ain't doing this. We ain't doing that. And I think we got the guys inside the building as opposed to years when Ryan Post first got here up until now. I don't think we had the place for a guy like CJ Gardner Johnson. But I think if they can find somewhere in the rotation to satisfy what he wants to be as a player, I think you make that move 110%. And I'll just leave that there. And we'll move to the next subject.
So before you do, CJ Gardner Johnson over Asante Samuel Jr. over oh man, why am I blanking out on the other homie from New England?
Kyle Duggar?
No, the older man, older brother.
Stephon
Gilmore.
No.
Too old for you? Are you getting ages on me now?
He gonna sign.
That was him down there. I thought he was the ages.
That guy is not gonna sign unless He's old, man. He's not going to sign unless he thinks this is a Super Bowl contender.
I would think that he wants to make money. He ain't making Super Bowl contender money at this stage either.
Dog, he's not going to make new money unless he finds a Super Bowl contender that needs him.
Ain't nobody really needs Stephon Gilmore except for potentially the Chicago Bears.
Right? If he signs with the Bears, there's no Super Bowl contender out there that will sign him. Period. That's the only. He just wants to play football, and
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like he's at that. In my opinion, he's at. You know what I mean? He was in New England. New England is now defunct. Like it's not the same place. It's about 6 years removed from those times. He's long in the tooth. He ain't playing for no Super Bowl contender. That just ain't no Super Bowl contender in their right minds reaching out to Stephon Gilmore at this point.
I know Harrison Graham is talking about it, but that ain't realistic, bro.
I'm just throwing it out there. Who out of those three would you want to be a Chicago Bear?
Say that you say CJ,
Stephon Gilmore, and Asante Samuel Jr.
Oh, CJ.
Okay, all right.
He's 27 years old, bro.
But now is Asante out of the mix because of his injury history or because of his play?
He's just not in my opinion, he's just not really that good. I think it's all name. You know what I mean? I think it's just all name as opposed to anything else with him.
I think Asante Samuels is just like his dad when it comes to this. He's more suited to what I would say zone defenses, like what Flus does, or what Kansas City does. They're not anything like Flus as far as 4-3 zone. They play 4-3 man more than anything, but they will go to zone and play that well too. I think Asante would play very, very well in that defense if he's healthy. Very well. But in a man where he's got to chase a motherfucker 60 yards down the field, no. That's what you would have to do here in Dennis Allen's defense.
Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you for that. I just wanted to sort of take a closer look because as considering how we came into this season, I don't think anybody really expected us to be on the waiver wire looking for a cornerback. That just wasn't what the general consensus was. And then Smitty went down, and now Jalen is down, and Kyler is also down. So
Jalen Jones is up and down.
Oh yeah, he's also down. You're damn straight there too. I don't know what you do now. So you got to find. They need a little bit of depth, a little bit of help in the cornerback room, and I did not see that coming.
All right, I'm gonna take this to a very interesting place, guys. This ain't quite offense. This ain't quite defense, but it's.
Wait, before you go there, OKC Bear. Nothing on Kendall Fuller.
Come on, man. He's just a name that's interesting because it's Bears history.
No, it's the other one. Wasn't the other one?
Because Kyle Fuller. The only reason you're interested is because Kyle Fuller was here.
Well, no, Kendall's the better of the two, right? Like Kendall's the better of the two brothers. I don't know. Like, just in my opinion, if we're talking about potentially being long in the tooth, I can only guess that Kendall Fuller's a little bit long in the tooth at this point. No,
I wouldn't say all that, but he's a piece. Let's just say that.
For a cornerback,
OKC Bear boy, but compared to some of the guys that they've been talking about recently, I'm not gonna discount what he could bring to the table. He might be able to bring something to the table. I haven't really watched
Kendall Fuller.
He's 30
years old, and you can probably get him for $800,000, maybe $1 million.
So a little next to nothing.
All right, but anyway, let me go. Let's keep an eye on that. That's interesting. OKC Bear.
Yeah, that's a good look, though. OKC.
Let's keep an eye on that name. All right, so here's where I'm going. The Bears rookies, and I'm kind of pointing this conversation towards you, Kez, because you have been very, very outspoken about not getting production from our rookies individually. Let's just start with them individually. Let's start with Luther. How'd you feel like? What you feel like his production was? How'd you feel about that after having all those comments about we're not getting the production out of our rookies?
I think Ben Johnson watched our show. That's what I think. I think Ben Johnson stopped and said, wait a minute, kids might be right. Maybe I should get these guys on the field and get some work out of them. And right away, not specifically to talk about LB3, but first play of the game, he went to Colston Loveland, got Colston involved. Then he layered things in and got LB3 involved. I said it already, and I'll say it again. I think the league made a big, massive mistake allowing Luther Burden III to join this particular football team. I think the Patriots effed up. That being said, I think sky's the limit for the young man as long as they can find ways to get him involved with the offensive game plan. And that's what they did this week. They found ways. I think it was like 3 plays, just a couple of snaps, 100+ yards. That's what you do. You find creative ways to get these young contributors to contribute. Now, you had a point to be made when I had my little diatribe, and that was, do they trust these guys yet? And that's yet to be seen. But you can only trust, you can only trust them if they're on the field. It's the only way you're really going to find out if they're trustworthy. So we found out Luther Burden is trustworthy, y'all. That's what we found out. So they're going to continue to find ways to get him on the field. Same thing with Colston Loveland, except unfortunately Colston is hurt. But I hear Lil Birdie tells me he's probably going to wind up playing this weekend.
Let's stick to Luther Burden, man. What are your thoughts about Luther Burden, Trips?
It's good to see him getting into the action, because of where he was drafted. His expectations were to be instant contributor, and now that no block no rock, he's out there blocking his little took us off. He's running the correct routes, he's earning the trust, and 3 passes for over 100 yards. He's developing a little something with Gizmo. On that flea flicker, he just laid the ball out there and let LB3 just run under it and go catch it with his hands. He's on the deep crosser. He had good depth behind the linebacker in front of the safety. Made a nice play. So he's being more and more included within the game plan. And he looks, pretty slippery and electric if he can get a little blocking in front of him on the kickoffs. So he looks like an athlete, like a playmaker with the ball in his hands, which is what he was, projected to be coming out of college. So having him now working into the offense slowly but surely is a positive, because it's like, okay, well, you got to feed DJ, whether it be at running back or wide receiver. You got to feed Rome because he's more and more looking like a number 1 receiver. And then you got Oz out there who's just a consummate professional, knows where to be, when to be there. But then you have the future guys like LB3 and, shout out Jade Walker coming back from that ankle injury. But the weapons that, Gizmo has to work with now are commensurate with, a dangerous, potent offense. And having that future, makes me want to put on some shades like the Canuck over there because it's so bright.
I want to say this. I can remember in the very, very first practice that we are familiar with Ben Johnson and this Bears team. First thing you heard was Ben Johnson hopping up out of his skin and getting on Cole Kmet, and about his basically his depth on his his alignment. I think it was
his alignment.
So from sideline to where he was aligned at on the field, he might have been maybe a yard off or something like that. Whatever it was, might sound like not a yard is probably too big. I'm talking about a few inches off of where he needed to be aligned at. And so what I'm about to say about Luther Burden will make sense if you hear me out. That kind of maniacal about the details about how somebody is aligned. What's your depth? Like if I say to you kids, give me an angle route, and I need you to go and line up in the slot. You're going to motion out of the backfield and go line up in the slot. And I need you to be this far away from the offensive tackle or this far away from the tight end. Whoever you got to line up on that side. You going into the slot, whoever the next man to you, I need you to have this much depth between you and that man, right? And so we're cycling through plays during practice, and you're getting called to run this play. I need the running back to go out there and run this angle route, and this is how I need him to be aligned. You need to be exactly right here, because when the ball snaps, you're going to wait for a second, and you're going to see if the quarterback needs protection. You might have to run back there or circle and try to help the tight end. I mean, not the tight end, but the tackle, help in the pass pro. But you're going to be no good if you're a little bit too tight into the tight end or the offensive tackle, and you can't reach the offensive tackle to help with the pass rusher. You won't be any good because you're too far away from the play. And so what I like about Ben Johnson is he's maniacal about the details, about making sure everybody's exactly where they need to be for this play to work. And I think everybody's starting to get it. Knowing Luther Burden is probably not where he needs to be. It's probably par for the course as far as I'm concerned, because when you got an offensive coordinator that maniacal about the details, every single play, every single audible, every single hot route, every single movement that you need to make within that structure, you need to know that shit down to a science, or you will not play. And so what it's telling me, seeing Luther Burden get out there on the field and make big plays, make game-changing plays, moving chains and all that kind of stuff, it tells me he's starting to get it. And so everybody's learning curve, again, ain't the same. Those little details are you look at your coach like he's an asshole until you see the results. It's like, you ain't got to be that big of an asshole about a couple of inches, man, dog, until you see the results. Oh, this is why I need to be that close to the tight end or the offensive tackle. And I think that's been the process that Luther Burden's going through. We'll just stick to him. He's starting to realize why this guy is so maniacal about the details. Because when it comes down to it, we might have to audible to you. And if you're not in the right spot and you haven't run the right depth on your route, you're not an option anymore. And I think they're starting to get that. I think Luther Burden's starting to get that. And the more and more he gets it, the more and more he's going to be on the goddamn field. And so that's good. That's really good. You're starting to see more of them.
You muted.
You muted, bro.
That's all I asked for in the first place, right? I just asked them to figure some kind of way to allow these young second rounders to contribute, and in all three cases, with the slight exception of the one, they found ways to get them on the field and have them contribute. So I'm happy, I'm impressed, and I expect that to continue, man.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to wide receivers coach Antoine Randall, for his role in the development of LB3 and the wide receiver group as a whole, to relay those details, from Ben Johnson, from Declan Doyle, and also just add in his experience from being a wide receiver in the league, saying, hey, here's what you need to do and why. The coach is demanding this because of this, and it will work against these DBs because of XYZ. Antoine Randall has that expertise that he can, pass along and teach to these young receivers. And I think we're seeing the benefits of having him on this staff.
G-Man, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna take a closer look and see what's popping here, but I'll keep my eye on it.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so what we need to talk about next, and this should be a pretty quick conversation, but colston Loveland, and again, Keds brought this up. He was pretty disappointed about how little production that rookies were putting up. And Colston got out there and he got targeted early. I think Caleb threw him into, and then this is a little criticism of Caleb. Caleb threw him a high ball and he had to reach up and go get it, and he got hit. And that's not too much of Caleb's fault. It's just a bang bang play, but Caleb is gonna see that play guaranteed in the study of the film. He's just like, next time, Colston, I got to get that down so you can get a chance to protect yourself. But he got Colston kind of hit on that play, and I think you just saw a lot more Colston Loveland, minus that play that I think he hit him in a seam crosser or something like that, and got him hit, and you ain't really see too much of Colston Loveland for the rest of the game. But I think the plans were to get him active and get him, as a part of this offense.
Like I say, I think that was a common criticism across the board. Something that Ben Johnson said last week in his presser was like, he wants to find who wants to be a part of the game plan. And to me, it sounds like those rookies stepped up and they said, look, we want to contribute to this team if we have the opportunity. And he gave them that opportunity this week. And like I say, what we saw was a young madman barking on defense. We saw two burgeoning wide receiver and a tight end, future tight end superstar get out there and contribute. I couldn't be more pleased. But the best part is and was the feng shui, for lack of a better thing to say, that Ben Johnson used to make that all sort of flow together and naturally work out. Right? It was the way that he put together that offense was a thing of beauty this week, and I was very impressed.
What up, Sean? What up, CCR? And I don't mean Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's Cloud Chasers Radio. But Colston Loveland has been targeted. He's a wide receiver in a tight end position, basically, because we see how Cole Kmet is utilized and, how good his blocking has been, but he will leak out and be a receiver in the passing game from time to time. Whereas you see Loveland, do his little chip blocks, block in the run game where necessary. But when he runs his routes, he looks much more dynamic than Cole Kmet ever has or ever will. Loveland looks like he will be, a viable weapon all over the field, even deep down in the field, and be able to, move the sticks when necessary, score touchdowns when necessary, beat linebackers, beat safeties, and beat cornerbacks. So he looks like he has all of that talent in his game. It's just bringing it out of him. And now this, unfortunate little injury, might slow that down a bit. But it's a very bright future, same for Loveland as it is for Burton. And we're seeing how they will be utilized as Ben Johnson slowly matriculates him into the offense. But even just the few routes that they get, the few packages of plays that they have, it's like, oh, shit. Once we put it all together, it's like, oh, yeah, there's going to be some serious yards and some points with this offense for years to come. Everybody's muted but me. But that's cool.
My bad. I was on mute, man. I was having a whole conversation, bro. Trust me. And I was gonna say, man, that's the overarching view of the offense. You start to see the sparkles and the bombs and the things that this offense can be in this game, and you just like that is titillating to your senses, man. It's very titillating, and that is I'm trying to hold back my vigor for that because I don't want to go too fast and be like, hey, this thing is going to be. Listen, I think it can be really, really good, but we gotta slow down and let these guys continue to make steps. Some big steps were taken, big steps were taken, as far as the quarterback is concerned, and the synergy that he breathed into the rest of the offense. Man, that was huge. But let's continue to talk about the rookies. And this should be a short conversation. Shamar Turner got some reps with the first team. Nah, not the first team, but the second team defense. And mixed reviews as far as I'm concerned from what I've seen so far, plus the live game. I saw him get moved around quite a bit. And I think there's a reason why he's been held back. And the reason is we saw it on the field Sunday. He's not ready for prime time yet.
Yeah, Kids is on break out there, so I'll go right now. It looks like Turner is out there thinking more than he's playing. Because remember, he's been out the entire off-season, preseason, everything with a high ankle injury. So this is really his first opportunity getting reps on the field. And it wasn't like he got bullied or overpowered. It just like he wasn't playing fast. He wasn't playing strong. He wasn't playing like he knew where he was supposed to be. He wasn't playing. He was thinking. And that's kind of to be expected at this point in his career. I mean, these are literally his first reps. So as he is eased in, as he learns the defense, where to be, when to be there. And so it's now more of a reflex than a thinking process. We'll see how he progresses, how, his natural play just takes over, where he's just now playing football and not thinking about, okay, wait, I'm supposed to do this, I'm supposed to stunt there, I'm supposed to look for this. With him lining up all over the defense, it's not like he's learning one position. It's like, I'm a defensive tackle. I know where the quarterback is. I know how to look for what the keys to look for in the run game. And now I'm just playing football. He's not at that point yet in his, development, let alone his career. So it's a process. And, you would like to see him like just be dominating, like, oh shit, who the hell was 95? Oh, Turner, we haven't seen him yet. Nice. But it's not playing out like that. But that does not mean that he's bad or was a wasted pick or, it will take him longer to develop. It's just he's a rookie developing.
I'm about to talk some real deal football to y'all, courtesy of OKC Bear Boy, Super No Maniac. Let me just mention this. I'm gonna read a quote. He says he got road graded a few times, talking about Shamar Turner. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go into a little bit of nuanced details, and I'm not here to try to say that I know more than everybody. No, that's not it. What I want to say is he's making a really good point here when he says he got road graded a few times, because that's exactly what happened. Duo blocks took him completely out of the play, completely removed them from the play. And there were runs right down his area. And why I think it's important is because, number one, that's not what Shamar Turner is going to be. That's what he is today under the circumstances. Why I'm still bullish on Shamar Turner is this: the fact that he's got Grady Jarrett inside that building. Why do I say Grady Jarrett? Because I can, and if you guys grab that membership right now, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a reason why you be thankful that you did, because, I'm going to show some stuff in those all 22s, in those breakdowns, to show you the difference between a Grady Jarrett and a Shamar Turner. Shamar Turner is a 3-tech. Grady Jarrett's a 3-tech. We need to put him out on the field. He needs to play. We need to see what he's got. There's a huge difference between Grady Jarrett and Shamar Turner. I'll tell you why. I can show you reps. If you come inside that, you grab yourself a membership and come inside Discord, I'll show you exactly the difference between Grady Jarrett and Shamar Turner. There's alignment things that happens along the line of scrimmage, offensive line, that Grady Jarrett knows and understands just because of his many zillion reps in the NFL, that Shamar Turner is not even across the surface of even getting nowhere near Grady Jarrett yet. There's things that he knows to prepare for. Grady Jarrett knows when it's about to be a duo on him, when it's about to be a combo block on him, when it's about to be a 2-on-1, when they want to take the 3-tech out of the play. He will anchor his stance to protect for that. And he will, when I say he'll sit his behind down, put that right leg back and that left leg up to try to brace for that, he knows exactly when that's going to happen. Shamar Turner doesn't. He doesn't get offensive alignments yet. He doesn't get splits. What do I mean when I say splits? When the offensive line is kind of split out wide, technically, if you're looking at it from a linebacker's point of view, and I'm going off the rails a little bit, when you're looking at it from a linebacker's point of view, that's usually a sign that's about to be set up for a pass protection. When the line splits a little bit tighter, they're setting up for a run. When you start to understand those kinds of little things, those kind of nuanced details, and you can kind of predict how a nose guard and a guard is kind of setting up on a line of scrimmage to kind of, attack the defensive line. Are they coming to attack me, or they're going one-on-one? Grady knows that. Shamar doesn't. The reason why I know that is because he got moved off the line every single freaking time in duo concepts. Duo concepts is 2 linemen against 1 defensive line. He got moved off the line every single time. And when I saw that 1, 2, like 3 times, I knew for a simple fact why they haven't put Shamar Turner on the field yet. He's just not ready yet. He needs more work. The NFL is quite different than the NCAA. Quite different. It's faster, it's stronger, it's bigger, and it's more dominant. And so Shamar Turner, I think, is going to be a great football player. But the reason why he hasn't been on the field was quite obvious to me when I seen some of his sets. I saw some of them and it just wasn't all right. I'm like, dog, you got to know this guard is about to pin you with this center. They're about to pin you. He just didn't know it yet. And so little nuanced stuff like that is going to be the difference in Shamar Turner's performance. Just had to put that.
No, that's all. Everything you said is facts. In the chat, everybody's saying like combo blocks. It's not an easy thing for anybody to manage or deal with at any level of tenure, and I would have to agree with that. But you get him out on the field in a situation where Grady's a little bit hurt and probably wants to load manage a little bit, and you just give the kid the opportunity to figure it out on his own, trial by fire, man. It's what he needs. Iron sharpens iron. He has to get out there and at least give it a try and fail and learn from the failures. So I don't think he played terrible football this past weekend, but he can only move up.
All right. Well, that's a quick conversation. He just needs some reps. Reps.
That's it.
Live game reps, and he's just going to get better from there. They're going to attack him in different kinds of ways. They're gonna pin him. Like there's certain things that happens from a defense. They run games and stunts. He's going to learn how to respond to a pick stunt. A pick stunt. There's a couple of those that happened on our defense that got let me just see. I think Tremaine got home off of one. I think Javon set one up for Javon might have set a pick stunt up for somebody. There's a couple of pick stunts that I can show you guys in all 22 that get guys home on pass rush. Things like that you learn, as a defensive lineman, you got to learn, what to do if somebody sets you up for how do you respond to that? So this is a lot of things that he needs to learn, man. So I'm telling you right now, just because you're not getting production out of him right now doesn't mean anything.
I agree.
No mean shit. Just had to say that. And the last guy to talk about as far as the rookies go, Ozzy.
That's what I was wondering if we were going to talk about it all.
All right, here we go, kids. I'm gonna hand it right to you. Surprise! When Darnell Wright went down for a few plays, everybody and their mama expected Ozzy Trapillo to be the next man up. But who was it?
Well, it was my favorite Canadian Eagle. But I think part of this conversation has to be that Ozzy Trapillo was actually a healthy scratch. I don't think he dressed.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm a little bit sure.
You got to give me something.
I'll give you a little bit. So I was listening to Greg Gabriel's show this week, and Courtney Cronin said he was a healthy scratch. She was on, shout out to the Podfather Aldo Gandia and Double G Greg Gabriel, as well as Courtney Cronin. But in the end, she did specifically note that Ozzy was listed as a healthy scratch and did not dress this past week. And considering that he didn't dress, this is all the more reason for them to have gone to somebody else when Darnell Wright went down. So OKC Bear Boy is also confirming that, yeah, he was inactive. So that leads me to other deeper questions, right? So, considering what we're saying, Ben Johnson made a point to get all three of those other second rounders up in that mix. This particular second rounder didn't even put gear on. I'm a little bit worried. I don't know why that would be. And here we are in a situation where they actually could have utilized his services as a backup right tackle. And again, they couldn't. So I wonder if he will get the opportunity to suit up and maybe serve as a backup if the need be. I don't know. I have a feeling he may be out of favor with this team. And I'm just going to put that where it is.
Can I go before you, Trips? Please.
Mm-hmm.
Chad, you going too far. Number one.
Okay,
Number
maybe
two,
he's not out of favor.
I don't think it's out of favor. I think maybe just a wrong choice of words. Maybe just not ready. And I think the way I tried to set this up, and you being concerned about all the rookies and them not being productive and wondering why, me saying that they're not ready, I think that's exactly what it is. I think he would have been a dress player and active for this game if that's true. And I believe you guys probably know what y'all talking about when y'all say he was inactive in a healthy scratch. I think he would have been dressed and ready to play if they thought he was ready. And so him not being ready right now ain't the worst thing in the world. Ain't the worst thing in the world. He's just not ready right now. That's all that means.
It's also not a good thing, right? Because what we've come to understand is that the former undrafted free agent is clearly ready, right? The free agent from British Columbia, Canada is ready in some capacity, which is a little bit worrisome to me for a second round pick who can't get on the field. So,
well, I mean, he got picked like a few months ago. Where Canadian Eagle, he was redshirted last year because of his injury, but he was eating, that NFL salary chef cooked food. He's in the weight room at Hallis Hall. He's been nose deep in the playbook, all that fun stuff. So he has an advantage over Ozzy. Ozzy was picked in the second round. Okay, cool, big whoop. He's still a rookie offensive lineman. And everything I've heard since ever is that it takes a year or two for an offensive lineman to be ready and good to go. Because there are some that start as rookies and are like, yeah, balls to the wall, ready to go, and, play one, day one, snap one, they're starters. But that doesn't happen all the time. Darnell Wright, as long as he's healthy, hope that elbow's cool. He's a starting right tackle for now. Braxton Jones is better than he has been. Canadian Eagle is better than Ozzie is right now, and Canadian Eagle is a swing tackle. He's swinging, left and right. You know what I mean? He's got the flamingo on his hotel room door, so it's all good. You know what I mean? Whereas, yeah, see, you got that, kids. You
Miami Vice, baby.
Yeah. So, but Ozzie, let him, get in the weight room. Let him, lose some of that baby fat, and let him get stronger. And then we'll see where he is, whether it be right side, left side. But rushing him, into, season 1, game 3, and he's not a starter or he's not the swing tackle, I'm not out on him. It's just like, let the kid develop. I'm sure Dan Rochar is like, hey, we're going to draft this Ozzie Trapillo kid. Are we going to make him a left tackle? Are we going to make him a right tackle? Let's give him a shot at left tackle. Well, guess what? He didn't take it over, so it's like, well, we got to cut him. He didn't make it at left tackle, so it's like, no, he's still on the roster. He's still developing, and right now, it's not like we need him to start because the line is playing much better than they have been.
I tell you, I gotta say something to you, Trips, because, all right, when you hear about walkthroughs, I don't know what people think. So a walkthrough is you just basically lightly jogging through the plays. So you got the playbook, you got the game plan for this week. Now we're about to walk through it. And so most of the time, at the end of that practice session, so whether that practice session is on, you have the full practice and the physical practice on Wednesday, right? In the NFL week, you got that full practice on Wednesday. Thursday, you're gonna review what you just did in that full practice. Okay, they're gonna pull some shit out of that scheme that week, or that whatever they had drawn up. They're gonna pull some shit out. They might add some shit based on what they saw. And then you go through the walkthrough. You're going to walk through those particular plays. In those particular plays, if you're not moving exactly at the pace you're supposed to be moving, if you're not aligning the way exactly you're supposed to be lining, you're not coming off the ball at the right time like you're supposed to be coming off the ball, guess what? That's going to be an indicator to the coaches. Let's hold them back. Let's put this person out there. That's really all that means, man. He's just not ready this week. It's really all it is. He didn't get it. He wasn't up to par this week, or he would have been a dress participant. Next week, completely different story, maybe.
So, in that respect, do you suspect that Ozzie Trapillo, how do I phrase this, man? Was he a good draft selection?
I think so. 110%. Yeah.
And was he a good draft selection for the needs that this team had at the time?
Maybe not. I think I'm not even certain Ozzie Trapillo would be at this point today. I'm talking about today. I'm not so sure Ozzie Trapillo is a serviceable tackle. Now, he had arm length problems that people talked about, at least after he was drafted. There could be question marks still going on there inside that building. We'll never know about it because they will never tell us. But at the end of the day, I think he's still a good draft pick because that's a guy you can slide inside and get some hay out of. At the end of the day, if the tackle stuff doesn't work on either side of the ball, he showed me he can play tackle. But can you play it at this level at the rate of speed that you have to play it? And this is a really different league than college. This ain't Boston College, bro. This is the NFL, and you got to prove it on this level.
Yeah, so I question the pick a little bit if you can't get dressed. I'll just be honest with you. The obvious hole on this team was left tackle. He's not playing that position at all. He's playing the right, fine, leave it alone. But if you can't do that either, I'm like, what'd you draft him for? So, if you drafted him for just general offensive line depth, cool. But I think that draft selection had a little bit more purpose, and I think, unfortunately, it was a little bit squandered. 2 cents.
That's way early.
And this is true. This is true.
It's a shame. But we'll leave that there. Any other thoughts about the rookies, whether it be the offensive line, D lineman? When we talking about, we ain't saying nothing about Zay Frazier because he ain't playing. He's on the IR. But any other thoughts on rookies before I really switch the momentum of the car right quick?
I guess that's the only one else.
Well, Hungry Hippo been playing a lot.
He's getting out there, right? He's getting out there, and I'm not, I'm not surprised that he is. They let go of Sanborn. Odds were that he was going to come in and make some level of an impression. I have to go back and just say one more time, I'm really impressed by Noah Sewell. I know we ain't talking about the rookies, but I'm impressed by what he's put to the table. I wish Ruben got more opportunities, but I can see why. He's not necessarily getting a full snap count right now. The guys in front of him are pretty decent.
Well, what do you think about? I know he got a few more reps than he has been, but the limited reps he has. What about Mananga? What do you think, Gaz?
I think he's got a little ways to go, and the more we see, the better. I'm not down on him. I'm not up on him. I just think we need to see a little bit more. One of the things that, again, I'm slightly impressed by with him is that pass pro. I knew that his pass pro was going to be decent, and it is so far. He missed a couple of blocks in those first 2 weeks, but it seems to have started to pick up here in week 3. But I do need to see more. Real facts, though, man. Like, I don't expect to see from him what I need to see from that running back room. So I'll put it that way. We need north-south back. It's just like no secrets. It's just facts of the matter. We need a north-south back. I'm going to say that back is not Monangai or DeAndre Swift. Just not the case.
Well, what is it? Crimson is saying in the chat there, I think Monangai's floor is Swift's ceiling. Because at this point in his career, we know what DeAndre Swift is. Get him outside of the tackles and let him in space, and that's where he eats.
I can't see
that's
a huge thing.
I love Crimson, but that is such slander.
I wouldn't even, real talk, I wouldn't even call it slander though. Like, you're so pro player.
That's just ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous, but I don't agree with it. Like, that is what I'll say. DeAndre Swift has he's like Liam Neeson. He has a very specific skill set.
He has a certain je ne sais quoi.
He's got a very specific skill set, and he's very good at those things. There are numerous things, clearly, I think we've all, as Bears fans, have watched that he's not, and we've come to learn that he's not necessarily good at certain things as well. So, is what it is. Is he damn good at what he does? Yes, he is. So I've learned to leave Swift alone a little bit over time. I appreciate what he does well. Fact is, we need another back who does the other stuff. It's like it's about that.
But let me ask you something, though, Matt. Roschon Johnson, why can't he get any reps at running back?
Other than what I told you guys not too long ago, is he's in a doghouse with the team, and I think he's headed towards Khalil Herbert territory, and that might be some salary cap shit going on. I don't know, some shit going on behind the scenes that we don't freaking know about. It doesn't make any sense to the rational eye that Roschon Johnson isn't in this rotation, in this running back rotation. Other than there's a B option, and that is the insistence of making sure that Cal Monangai is the second to touch the ball. And that could be the offensive coordinator, head coach that drafted him. It could be that. You know, that either way, it's not looking good for Roschon Johnson. I never thought he was a good draft pick to begin with. You know, you go back to look at the shows, listen to the shows, and I told you all then. And I'm saying the same thing about Monangai now. I don't think he's a hell of a running back. I don't think he's much. I think he's a serviceable guy. But to be getting all high and no, I'm not there on him. But that's just my opinion. That's just how I see it. I said the same thing about Roschon Johnson. I think we're in the same place with Kyle Monangai.
Because we can't say that it's because of injury or health, because Roschon Johnson is on special teams, so he's out there running around playing.
You called him you called his name at least 3 times during the broadcast. At least 3, and I was like, oh, he's got a jersey, you know what I mean? He's got a uniform, and he was out there playing, and we saw him make at least a couple of tackles, or at least be in the vicinity of tackles.
He's wearing his Guardian helmet, you can't miss it. His Guardian cap.
So I just don't understand why he's not involved in the North-South game, because they desperately need somebody to do it, except for the fact that, Mr. Carter, I don't think he's any good at that either. Like I just gotta. He's not my favorite Chicago Bears running back over the course of the last 40 years. Like he's
no A train.
He's no A train. There's a long list of
he's no Matt Forte.
He's none of any of those guys. Like there's a laundry list of guys he's not.
Can I ask you guys a question, man? This is just a personal question. And kids, you have the tendency to overthink something. I just want you to give me a straight ass answer. If you were a running back, what kind of running back would you be? Would you be the kind of guy that just goes burrows just straight up in there and don't try to avoid nothing, just plow right through everything? Or would you be the kind of running back that's try to wait for your shit to get set up and you see the lane and you press the hole? Which one would you be?
I'm going to say a little bit of both. Is that a fair answer?
I'll make it easy.
You can't give a fucking straight answer.
I'll be Marshawn Lynch.
Okay, so you're going to hit that.
Marshawn Lynch, a little bit of both.
You're going to hit that.
Hard, baby. Yeah.
You're going to hit it. So I can remember my freshman year in college. I can remember some upperclassmen that were still there. Remember, when I got to school, all of my coaches were being removed. All those guys were being removed and being replaced with the coaches that recruited me. And so they came in and they was kind of cleaning house, getting rid of some of those scholarships and getting rid of some guys that didn't fit the system. And I can remember being in a room with some of the upperclassmen running backs that still hung on to the team. And I can remember some of the conversations that were had. And, you know, in the offense that we ran, it was a one-cut West Coast offense. It was more like Kyle Shanahan's offense. It's one cut, get up the field. What do we know about San Francisco running backs? They come and they go real fast, don't they? Right? Exactly. One cut, get up the field, you plow through everything. What was being said in that room was gospel to me. And that is, don't be like no dummy and just run right into the contact, man. You're going to be concussed. You're going to be hurt. Your knees going to be hurting. Everything going to be hurting. Your shoulder's going to be hurting. After about 4 games, I remember those conversations. It was just like, fuck that dude, man. That's what I do, man. I run the ball. I'm run right through these motherfuckers. I was like, and the senior running back was just like, everybody thinks that when they get here. Everybody thinks that. Until you have to fucking do that. Play in and play out. And guess what? Attrition happens. So the smart ones wait until their linemen set up the blocks and they press holes. And so I know everybody is looking for that physical, hardcore running back, like I am. But I understand why a running back is not so gung ho about hitting some of these holes that ain't fucking there all the time. They not.
So
Sometimes,
I think that's the little difference that we saw with Manangai. Like he had more resolution to hit the hole, but he also had a little more patience to let the hole develop. Then Swift is just kind of get the ball and put his head down and run into the back of the offensive lineman and fall down as soon as he gets touched. So there's hitting the hole, and then there's letting the hole develop, and then hitting the hole. And it's like Swift doesn't do that. We haven't seen enough from Roshan to know, but we do know that Manangai has the patience to wait for the hole to develop, and he will hit it. But does he have the speed to break through it?
Exactly. He doesn't have the quicks or the agility to be a DeAndre Swift and bounce and do all the things that you need to do. He's got the physicality and the willingness to hit a hole and hit it hard, but you only gonna do that so many times before your shit's over. Period. I don't give a fuck who you are. San Francisco offense, their running backs are living proof as to why there's a certain way you got to run the football in the NFL. How many big hits have you ever seen the best NFL running back take? And that is Saquon Barkley. How many big hits have you ever seen him take? He doesn't take very many, does he?
Not many.
Exactly. Because he's smart. He's just not running into people just because I can run into people. Perfect example, Cadillac Williams. Remember him? Tampa Bay? Really, really good running back, but they convinced him to be a one-cut, get up the field kind of running back. And he probably lasted 6 years, but on the injury reserve most of the time.
You know who was a really good running back that I think would have looked awesome in a Ben Johnson offense is from the Vikings, Robert Smith.
Not from the Cure?
No, different one. Okay. Pictures of you always make me cry and sad and shit, but not that one. Because he had the speed that once he got through the hole that he let develop, that he would wait, see it, hit it, and then he would be gone. House call. And he had the toughness to break tackles. He had the elusiveness to get a little juke with it, a little right button, a little right stick, and then gone. So he was a nice all-around back. Could block, could receive from the backfield. He was a running back, and we have nothing close to what he is or was. So Manangai is, I'm not going to say he's the future at running back, but he's more of the future than Swift, even though we're still looking at that running back room and like Ryan Poles. Fuck you doing, bro?
Yeah, they don't know what they're doing, man. I'm about to take this thing for a hard turn. And you know what? It's time for some extra sauce, and that requires a fellas, I think secretly this is probably the reason why I enjoy this show so much. We always talk Bears on any other podcast with this. No Matter Night, Feed the Bears. Of course, we'll have conversations about all things Bears. But this is probably why I enjoy the show so much, because we can talk about different things, worldly or community, and we can talk about anything we want to. And one of the things that happened this week as Trips and Kids, I was totally caught flat-footed, bro. I'm talking about yesterday. I didn't know anything about it because I'm so locked in what we're doing as far as Bears business goes. And, stuff that I had to do this week for my mom and what I'll continue to do. I'm completely flat-footed. I get up, I think it was yesterday, about 8:30 in the morning, getting ready to get myself together. And I pick up the phone, look and see if anybody called, text, and I open up Facebook. And they are going nuts about something called, I know exactly what a rapture is supposed to mean, but I didn't know that there was a certain part of the world. I'm just gonna say in the United States, because I don't know if it was like that everywhere else, but it was people in this country that were wrapped up into the word called rapture that thought this is some religious stuff. And I'm not saying this to make fun of nobody's religion, to be doing any of that. I'm just telling you what I seen and what I heard. People thought that yesterday, come 12 o'clock, noon, Lord was coming down to take them up and take them away from here. Literally. Had a date and time on it. Date and a time. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on over here? There's people laughing at him and going crazy. And I was like, okay, I get off of there. I go to TikTok, I go to Instagram, I go to freaking Twitter, and it's the same stuff. It's just like, and then next thing you know, they start changing the time. Okay, it's I heard it was 3 o'clock. After that, it was 6 o'clock. Oh my God. I didn't know that many people were that wrapped up into this. I don't even know where the shit came from. All I know is what I fell into that morning. Did y'all hear about that, man?
Nope.
See, there you go, quick and easy. For kids, which is different. But I heard about it after the fact because some of my sarcastic a-hole friends were like, Mark's safe from the rapture, and I was like, what? And then it was like, oh yeah, it was a TikTok or a thing where it was like everything was supposed to end, and it's like, well, shit, it's been those dudes wearing those signs that you wear around your body with the rope, and it says, Jesus is coming, the world is ending. They've been wearing that shit since I was little. And, it's like Y2K, and it's like, that came and went. So it's like, all right, you put these dates on it, and then that doesn't happen on that date. And so everybody looked at you as like, all right, so are you full of shit? Are you naive? Because it didn't happen. So what are we talking about? And I'm not trying to disparage anybody's their savior's coming back. Okay, cool, maybe. Or it's like, it's gonna end today, but these people said it was gonna end today, or whatever day that was, and it didn't. And it didn't. So does that mean you're full of shit? You had a leap year calendar, and it was just a mistake? Or is it just you're gullible and naive? Pick one.
That it's what was I kind of, I don't know whether I wanted to feel bad or just, all I know is I try to respect everybody.
Feel bad? Why?
Because I try to respect everybody's belief system, as much as I can, without being, so yeah. So when you put a date and time on it, that just opens up the corridor or portal for all the snakes to come out and grift and to make you like, I've seen stories, I've seen Twitter threads and posts, Instagram posts where people were giving away their worldly belongings, quitting their jobs. Long-standing jobs, giving away everything they had, whether it be material things, whether it be what they had in their bank accounts, and they were expecting this to happen. And I'm just like, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I wish I would have ran into a couple of MFers that had something. I'm like, man, so what?
Let me get that up off you.
You don't need that vet, huh? I'd have turned into juvenile. You don't need that vet, huh?
Should I give you $5?
Huh? No, like, what? And people was really giving away. There's people on the internet that have cash, that have jewelry, that have cars, they have people's deeds. People were listing where they wanted their worldly items to go to for this thing to happen. And I'm just saying, and this is the part where I sympathize, because I know by listening to some of these posts that a lot of these people were going through psychosis. If you don't know what that means, that's a psychology term. You just look it up. Psychology, it was psychosis, and some of these people were just unwell, bro. A lot of these people were unwell, and they needed something to believe in. They needed to get out of this reality, and they felt like this, believing in this, was going to take them out of this reality. It's a lot of people that are very, very unwell in this country, and this event right here just proved to me something I've always known for a long time, that people are very unwell in this country. And if you believe in stuff like that, even your religion, you have to question, some of the stuff doesn't make logical sense. If you can't even question your religion, then I question whether or not I should be a part of it.
Well, but then the answer is, when you question and they can't answer it, well, you got to have faith. And so basically you don't know.
So
hey, hold on, kids. Trips, is there somewhere, and I think I heard this somewhere, is there some scripture in the Bible that says no man knoweth? Wait a minute, let me make sure I say this
no
right.
man know the date or time as to when.
Knoweth the date nor the time, right?
Yeah. When
So how people can put a date on this and have everybody be duped? Either you believe in what the word says or you don't. You either believe the word or people that speak the word.
Whoever came up with that specific time and date, it'll get twisted into, oh, well, that was the old Roman calendar, so we were just off by a few, however, months or years. Or it's like, oh, well, it happened, but you're still here, so you didn't get raptured. The people that got raptured are already gone. And it's like, well, shit, everybody's still here. And it's like, well, not everybody, you just don't know them. And so there's always another level, or a football term, moving the goalposts, if you will. There's never XYZ, it's black and white, it's this, it's that, it's the other. It's like, oh, well, it's a mysterious ways thing. Oh, it's a half faith thing. Or it's this thing or that thing. But it's never just reality. And it's like, hey, you want to believe in something so bad that you're willing to sacrifice all of your common sense, all of your intellect, and go, balls to the wall, like, aliens are coming, or the rapture is coming, or the earth is flat, or whatever the fuck. And then it's like, well, can you prove any of this stuff? Well, no, you just don't understand that you don't have the faith I have. And so it's like, yeah. So you go on, you figure your thing out, because I got shit to do over here. And if you are into some afterlife that you're going to be rewarded and I'm not, well, good for you. I guess I'll not get over it or something. Don't worry about me. But the way that people is like, well, if you don't believe in what I believe, you're going to hell, eternal damnation. It's like, yeah, go on with that. You remember Hare Krishnas in the airport? I'm sure they meant the best, but it was like, go on with that bullshit.
Hey man, listen, don't call it religion BS now. That's just their stuff.
No, that's good for them, but don't put your religion on me.
Yeah,
your religion to you.
Nobody can push their religion on anybody unless you allow them to.
They will try.
All I know is, I'm in my juvenile voice. You don't need that Corvette on. Right? you can't do nothing with that Corvette on.
How many times is Saturday morning? It's like I done came in, from working, the club or party or something, and it's like Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? And it's like, why are you all knocking door to door trying to recruit? You know what I mean? Your religion only believes that so many are going to be raptured anyway. Aren't you diluting your odds by trying to recruit me? Now, go on with that bullshit.
Hey man, listen. I would say this. I don't think anybody's religion is bullshit. I would say that for myself. I was born and raised in a Christian household. I believe a certain way. Do I subscribe to everything that Christianity brings to the table? No. No, I do not. In fact, I don't go to church anymore. That's personal. That's just me. And because I get tired of dealing with plastic people. It's a lot of plastic people in the church, and I don't like that. It's not a place for me. And I believe what I believe, and I praise what I praise, and I pray the way I pray on my own. And I don't need a building, a group of people, or anything else to tell me how to go about that. I believe it's private for me. It's very private for me. I don't feel the need. I said this live on the show because I think it should be said that I think your beliefs should be mostly kept to yourself. You shouldn't go out and try to convince somebody to be this or that. In my opinion, I think you let that person naturally come to that. And if that person comes to that point, you welcome them with open arms and teach them and show them ways instead of, that's that kind of thing. Really, I've been through a lot of life experiences, and that kind of initiates me to say the things that I'm saying right now. It's kind of setting the table for that. But without getting too further into that, I believe what I believe, and that's private for me. You guys got a taste of what it is for me. I just don't, I don't feel the need to express that all the time. It's just the way I go about mine privately. And guess what? The Most High knows. The Most High knows. And whether or not you say it out loud or you say it privately, if there's something to be said to something that created us, whether you name it, whether you call it something, whether it's God, Jehovah, whatever it is, Allah, it's what it is to you. And it doesn't matter to nothing else.
Yahweh.
And so I'm just going to say that and leave that alone. But I just
Well,
found.
the thing is, I can say, I'm not saying that you're right or anybody's right or wrong. Is I went to St. Sabina Grammar School, Catholic school. So we had to have a theology class. And in that class, we studied other religions, from Muslim. We took a field trip to a Jewish synagogue where we actually met a few of the Holocaust survivors, and, got to see the tattoo on their arms. We went to the mosque over there on, 74th, 75th, and Stony Island. So I've been to different religions, Greek Orthodox churches, and they all have their same basic belief system. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. Respect, thou shalt not kill, your basic 10 commandments. All the religions are different, but basic same structures.
They're not that different.
Right. But the difference is how the human leadership, of their church, whatever religion it may be, those humans are fallible. And, those priests, those holy men, those rabbis, whatever, they're all human beings and they're all fallible. And when the flock is so intently listening to this person or these leaderships, and the leadership is taking advantage of their congregations, mentally, financially, physically, it becomes bad for religion as a whole, because all religions do it. It's not a deity thing. It's not a God thing. It's a human thing. And when you put humans in charge of stuff that a lot of people believe in, humans are going to take advantage of those situations. And it happens every religion, every city, every state, every country. So it's not a detriment to like the actual deity or what you believe in, but your earthly leaders, your earthly prophets, if you will, be on some shit.
So because man is flawed, does that mean God is flawed?
Well, which God?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking.
Well, no, God is supposed to be perfect. Perfect, all-knowing.
So because man has segmented God into multiple
gods,
books, visages, statues, like you name it, because man has done that, does that still dilute the creator? Right? If you like you said some important shit just a minute ago, and what it was basically that man has a way of fucking everything up. Right? Like to paraphrase what you said, men have taken the Bible itself and the text therein and manipulated. Men have done similar things with the Quran. They said the Quran is not manipulated, and then they tell you there's two of them.
Well,
which one is right? There is manipulation within the Torah itself, although all three of those religions, for the most part, are segmented off of each other.
Kids, this is gonna go down a long, winding road, and
how come I've been quiet this whole fucking time?
I know, man, but this is gonna go to a place I don't want anybody's religion to feel like we ain't respecting it, and it can go down that road.
Why would I not
a lot of people to support us, man? I'm just saying.
Why would I disrespect anybody's religion?
I'm not saying that you would. I don't want it to turn into that much of a conversation because
it's kind of hard to bring up religion than not talk about religion.
We're talking about the rapture.
I'm talking about religion. Is all
go ahead, man. My bad. I shouldn't.
Thank you. I'm just saying. This is not a topic I ever really thought we would broach on this particular show, but in the end, what you believe is for you to believe. There are manipulations out there that are man-made. Why those man-made manipulations are in place is because there is clearly an entity here that is trying to make sure that none of us have a spiritual relationship with the creator. Call the creator what you want to call him. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but there's definitely easily, and this is how just a baseline religion for you guys across the board. If you can understand the fact that there is definitely an evil presence, there's definitely a devil, a Satan, a shaitan, whatever you want to call it. There's mass murder, there's genocide across the planet. The biggest problem in the planet Earth is that, as the movie says, is that they tricked y'all into believing the devil didn't exist. The devil exists. And when you figure that out by proxy, that means there is a creator.
Okay. Simple. Let me just so this can stop right there. Look, kids.
That's what I'm leaving it. I'm done.
You just put the icing on the cake. We're gonna leave it there, man, because we came here to have a good time. We were talking about the rapture and what people, yesterday I found out about it and they had a date on it. And this is where the conversation went. And you can't say the word rapture and what people believe and not bring up the religious belief that come with it. And this is just where the conversation went. Hopefully you guys listening to this show and watching this show won't take any of this too personal so that it fractures us as a community and us as friends inside of here. This is our safe space. Every now and again, this was such a big deal that I couldn't do this part of the show and not bring it up. So if anybody's beliefs or understandings of what the Lord is or what the Lord isn't was offended, I personally apologize for that. It was just us speaking our truths.
Well, do you understand what the rapture is?
Man, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. We gotta keep moving, man. We got something else to talk about because that's enough. That's enough of that because you just gotta pay attention to what people are saying, man. All right, so what we should talk about is something else me and you was talking about, kids. This is a better conversation, I guess. This is a better conversation, and it was, kids. If you want to, you can lead this conversation, but this was so. This is get your shit right, kid. And kids and I, was talking in the we was working in the background, and we were talking about different things, and it led to something else that I'm going to talk about at the end of this conversation. But if you want to know, I know you guys can't see me, you guys can't have you don't have any idea what I look like and how I keep my body together, but this right here will show you exactly how I keep my body together. Kids, if you have any thoughts before I explain this, you can go ahead and speak right now. But
I'll give a quick little synopsis of where he's going with all this, and how it made sense to me is back in the days when I was a little kid and my parents finally split up. My mom just hit the basement and put on an outfit that looks a heck of a lot like what he's got going on here, and just sweat it up, man. She did all kinds of stuff, mainly on the bike, but got that sweat going, got that metabolism going, and peeled off a whole bunch of weight. And what Nomad is saying is this is a great way for those of you who need a physical change to start things out.
What I want to say, Kez is absolutely right. We had a deep conversation. That's some brother to brother. I love you, and hey, I'm familiar with this. This conversation was deep, and I let him in on how I operate. And this might be a little too much for most people, but I'll tell you some things. I'll tell you right now. You sweat, and the toxins that come out of your sweat. And if you do things on a regular basis to sweat, to get those toxins out of your body, your toxins come through your food, they come through your drink, they come through probably the air. There's people that will argue that there's millions and millions of ways that toxins can get into your body, right? How you get those toxins out of your body, proven over and over again, is once something gets into your bloodstream or inside your pores, you got to get it out. And the best way to do that every single day of your life, if you can, at least a few days or at least 4 or 5 days out of the week, is sweat to get it out of your body. So this is proven. You can go do studies at Harvard. You can do studies at Yale. It's proven. People live longer who sweat the toxins out of their bodies. And so there's a reason why I wanted to bring this to you. And so the first thing here is this is a foldable. This is pretty much the bike that I have inside my house right now. This is a collapsible bike that you can put up against a wall. You can slide in the closet. It does the same thing any other bike would do, that if you just want to ride and pay attention to your pace and how much time you're riding, it does everything. It's a digital board right in front of you. You can keep track of everything. And you can fold it up and put it in your closet. A bike that costs $100, $100 on top of a sauna suit right there next to it. $13. $13. Underneath that sauna suit is a $65 scuba suit. This is going probably to a lot of people that's looking at this. This is too much, no man. This is just what I do. This is, if you want to know how I can get in my high school clothes now, this is how. Because I'm serious about it. I'm serious about my health. I'm serious about keeping my body right. This is the things that I do. I had this shit on today. And underneath that, you have your compression vest. It's basically a waist trainer for $28. There's a lot of people listening and watching this show right now that know that they need to do some things to change their lives, or maybe they're not going to be here that much longer because they haven't found the motivation to get started on these things. This is kind of, let's just say, keeping yourself right extreme. I would admit that, guys. This is probably too much for most people, but I'm into sweating. I'm into the process. I wore this at my mother's new place to cut down trees and do her shrubbery, and I got everything I wanted to get out of that in that exercise. And so, kids, Trips, what's your thoughts about this? I have a second thing that you can do that me and Kez talked about too. We'll talk about that at the end.
Go ahead, Trip.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I don't like none of this stuff because once my body heat goes, 100 degrees or more, I get dizzy, lightheaded, weak, and I can't, function right because I'm just too hot. My natural, just wearing a t-shirt, some shorts, working out, I will sweat my ass off. I got no problem with that. In a steam room, I'll sweat. In the sauna, I'll sweat. That's cool. But wearing these, like the scuba shit, the aluminum foil thing, the mylar, and that's just too much for my system, for my metabolism, because once my body heat gets so hot, then it's just counterproductive. And those things make it too hot. If I'm just working out and I'm sweaty, I'm hot enough. I'm sweating enough. I'm good.
I would say this. Trips made a good point, but at the same time, the uncomfortable part is the point. You got to get comfortable being a little uncomfortable, and you don't just do this like overnight. Like,
well, ain't you the one that says you ain't never got an ice tub?
yeah, I got in there once.
Well, once.
I'll never do that again.
Uncomfortable, huh?
It's cold.
Well, ice.
It is.
We're talking about you making fun of something. I'm trying to make a point of people getting healthy.
Well, but my point is,
we're not talking about
your metabolism.
That's healing. That is healing. We're talking about getting fucking healthy. It's a totally different thing.
So how is it getting healthy if I'm passing out and getting dizzy from this bullshit?
That's because you don't bite too much off at one time. Like let's say, for instance, this bike and that aluminum foil suit you say, that's a sauna suit. That's a sauna suit. That's meant to sweat. The first time I got on that was during COVID. Just to get myself back into, moving around because everybody was stuck in the house. I bit 15, maybe 20 minutes off of that. And that bike in particular has a dial on it. And you can set that dial to whatever is comfortable to you at that time. Let's say you are comfortable in one. You set it in one, you're just going to be moving your legs really, really fast. You set it to two, it's going to get tightened up a little bit. 3, 4, 5, you get the picture. Yeah, this is about getting yourself together. That's what you're talking about is healing. This is something different. This is about getting your body regulated to a little bit. You don't just jump to everything you see on the screen here at one time. You gradually get yourself to that. You start with that sauna suit, or you just start with the bike, and then you graduate to the sauna suit. You graduate to the other stuff to kind of get you, and then you get to the point where you need to be. Of course, it's going to be fucking uncomfortable. You ain't gonna like it, but that's called challenging yourself.
And so when I pass out and hit my head because I'm dizzy, am I challenging myself?
That's called you ain't watching, you ain't paying attention to yourself.
If I'm telling you this shit makes me dizzy, is that not me telling you that this shit makes me dizzy?
That's you telling me it makes you dizzy. If you got on there for 5 or 10 minutes and it got you dizzy, that means you get your ass off that bike and you get on when you feel better.
But the thing is, if I don't put on the foil suit, I can ride that bike for an hour and sweat my ass off naturally.
Is it helping you health-wise, brother?
If I'm riding that bike for an hour, sweating my ass off, I would think yes.
Are you a person that feels like you need to lose some weight?
Lose weight? No.
You
Tone
don't?
up? Sure.
So this is for the people that feel like they want to get some pounds off of them, and I'm showing them.
Well, yeah, tone up, sure, but lose weight, sweating.
I get nothing about no toning up. I said something about losing weight. If you're a person that knows
if you realize raising your body temperature beyond a certain point is not
dog. Let me get to that point. You trying to make a point of this too much for you. I'm saying you don't eat the whole apple at once. You just bite a little piece off of it, bro.
Well, but I'm telling you, I've worn that shit before. I know what it does. And 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 pieces, 1 piece. No, it does not work for me. shorts, a t-shirt, I will sweat as much as you sweat wearing that. Because guess what? I'm a sweater. I sweat naturally a lot. So when I work out, when I exercise, my body, my core temperature raises. And so I'm sweating. If I'm wearing any one of these apparatusi, whatever the fuck, it raises my body temperature too much. And now I know that that's for me personally, but that's for other people out there as well. Like some of these aids just aren't conducive to being healthy for everyone. Now, it may help you sweat it off. It may help other people sweat it off. But for me and others like me, it's a health hazard. It's more detrimental than it is beneficial.
Well, Trips, I'm glad you specified that because this is particularly good for a lot of people. This is particularly good. And to me, it steps to this. You don't just run and go all the way to the point where I am, but where I can wear all of this shit at one time and have an effective workout that doesn't bother me. Mm-hmm. You're specifying that, you know, in your trial that you didn't like it. It didn't feel comfortable to you. It made you feel a certain kind of way. So you abruptly just dismissed it. This is going to help somebody. This is going to help somebody that's listening to us watching this show that know that they need to get their health together, and their health is like, this is more than money. If you ain't here to spend your money, what the fuck? You know, that point is being made here right now. And I'm giving them what helps me. And if that helps them, great. And if they have experiences like you, what I would say to them is you just slow down for a minute. Don't stop. Get back on it. Just try to do it a little bit less. Bite a little bit less off at a time, but don't stop fucking doing it. Just because it made you feel uncomfortable, it made you lightheaded, that means you was just moving too fast to me. And so that's what I would say to anybody that wants to get healthier. And that starts with getting pounds off, getting fat off, getting calories off, and getting toxins out of your body. The results.
Well, the thing is, these are supplemental things to do that. If you move your body, just move. It doesn't have to be fast, doesn't have to be long, just move. You know, do 10 reps, then do 20 reps. As your body naturally does it, you don't need any of this stuff. These are like shortcuts, if you will.
True.
You know, it's like I don't have to pedal for 15 minutes. I can pedal for 5 minutes, wear this suit, and that's the sweat equivalent of pedaling for 15 minutes. I would rather just pedal for 15 minutes and get those health benefits from that.
Trips, that's for you, bro.
Well, but I'm speaking for those people that are like me, whereas you are speaking for those people that are like you, and Kez ain't saying shit because he ain't in it.
Well, because you feeling insecure about something. I don't know what it is, but I'm just
telling you the shit doesn't work for everybody. And
I'm just okay. You made that point probably 30 minutes ago.
But you keep saying that it's for me. I'm not saying just.
I didn't say nothing about you. I'm just making a point as to what helps me. This is get your shit right, kid. This is gonna help somebody that's listening and watching this show. If it doesn't work for you, you said that shit a while ago. Mm-hmm. You made that point a while ago, bro.
Right with this when you have. Well, here's the thing. You got to put the disclaimer out before you do any exercise. Any of these equipments, make sure you are physically able and check with your health professional.
I ain't got to do shit. I'm doing a podcast. And I'm giving people what helps me. If you want to help yourself, these are some of the things that you can do to help. If you only do one or two of these things at once, it'll help you. I'll tell you another thing. There are personal portable saunas that they have out there on the market. If you don't want to do any of these movements, if you don't want to ride no bike, you don't want to put on all these clothes, if you just want to get the sweat, you can get a sauna for less than $60 out there.
Yeah, it looks like a grow tent that you just kind of zip up and sit inside of, and it makes you sweat. It will make you sweat.
I showed kids saw some of those things last night. You want to speak to them, kids?
And in the winter, you could probably grow some weed in there as well. Look, so Yeah, so this was a good topic. So Trip kind of hit the fact that some of this stuff doesn't work for certain people. Some of it does. I understand your sentiment. Your sentiment was really that people need to sweat. Sweating is generally a good thing. It from a metabolism perspective, it allows you to process toxins. Where Trip is coming from is a very specific place, and depending on how your metabolism works, right? Like it's individual per person. Depending on how your metabolism works, you might be a sweater. This might not really be all that beneficial for you. Just like he's sort of saying, if he's a sweater, sweating more isn't necessarily what he needs to do. It might just dehydrate him. Whereas I'm the opposite. I'm not a sweater. I mean, I really have to get down. You know what I mean? I got to get down to work up a good sweat. So that's sort of the difference between me and Trip. I probably wouldn't have the same issues that he has with it, is what it is. But this is a good little setup to get you, again, if you have a slow metabolism, and you have the need to speed that up and potentially sweat and process toxins as you're going. But there's all sorts of different things that you can do. My man Triple R does some I don't know, is it coach? Is it the coach who's doing all the Trip Kundo?
Well, the coach is more coaching and narrating, where Trip is actually out there sweating.
Okay, so it's Trip doing the darn thing out there. So again, respect the Trip. He's trying to do some stuff along these lines. This is not a terrible look. You put these things on, and you again, you can burn things off from a metabolism perspective. So again, this is where Nomad's head was. I get it. I do things a little bit differently right now. I am me personally, I am just kind of gymming it up, but I don't go to the local gym. I have a family member who's got some really cool equipment that I can use. So I just trek out to my family member's place, put it down, and we do we do low sets up to large, and other times we do big sets. We start large and then we go back down to low. So it's got a lot more to do with how much you're doing, how much stress you're putting on your body. Things to note: you probably want to look into certain supplement. Like I didn't want to do any of that stuff. I just wanted to go, lose weight, like they say.
Well, are you doing reps with reps with weight, or are you doing a lot of cardio reps?
I'm doing both. Depends what we're doing that week. So there's a week where I just did, it's stuff very similar to what Trip's doing, and it was just an MMA workout, and it was straight up just cardio, boxing and kicking and boxing, and that was the entire day. We put that down for an hour, and in that scenario, I'm just sweating it like crazy. But outside of that, it's weight. I'm usually doing weight at a high level, and then work myself down to a lower amount of weight with higher reps throughout the day.
I can tell you right now, and before I get to Minister Charles's comment, I'm going to address that, Minister Charles. Just give me a second. That's probably the worst thing you can do, is start off with heavier weights. You start off with lower weights and you work yourself to that point. That's just from, I ain't lifted weights in well over a decade. You know what I mean? I ain't going to say that lie. About 5 years. About 5 years, I haven't lifted a weight in 5 years. And I probably won't lift weights anymore. I'm gonna probably do calisthenics from this point on, but that's a bad idea, kids. That'll run you away from weights real quick. And start heavy. You start off light and then you work your way up. And I know you probably makes you look like a weakling when you're sitting around a bunch of people, big males, and you're picking up light weights. Just know it's gonna do your body better if you start off a little bit lighter.
No, we do both, right? So we go light and work our way up, and decrease reps, or we'll go high and we'll work our way down and increase reps. Right? It's one or the other. By the time you're done, you're exhausted. You know what I mean? You're exhausted. You've really worked out the region that you're talking about, and away you go. And Minister, like, you know, we can get into what Minister's saying. He is 1,000,000,000% correct here. And again, diet has a lot more to do with who you are and what your existing makeup is. For those of you who are just old and out of shape, like this guy, you probably want to reduce your carb intake in some capacity. And that is a great way to start things out. Reduce your carbs, add water to your diet, reduce sugar. Carbs create sugar. Right? So if you can get away from that sugar content in your food, in your system, in your diet, you will lose weight very rapidly. Here's the problem, though. The problem is that when you do that without exercise, you eventually and just as quickly lose muscle mass.
Hey kids, you know what's more important than all of this when it comes to somebody's physical structure? Is what's your intention here? Are you intending to just lose weight? Are you intending to lose weight and build muscle? You intending to do a combination of both? Are you intending to be healthier? Like Minister Charles was saying, talking about, you know, we talked about all these ways to get the weight down and do all that kind of control. We ain't talking about the diet. The question is, what's your intention? If it encompasses all of those things, there's ways to go about that. There's definitely ways to go about that. But what Minister Charles said was all of this is, you know, you got to have all of this if you're going to eat what you want to eat. If you want to eat anything that you want to eat and be reckless about what you eat, you better damn sure be doing what I'm doing.
Well, basically what you're doing is, what was my man's name? Herschel Walker?
He's doing ballet?
The running back.
He's doing ballet?
Sure. But I was talking about, he was saying that he never lifted weights. You know, he did like 1,000 push-ups and, you know, crunches. As long as you can lift your own body weight, you're good. You don't need to be in there throwing up, you know, like Sambo throwing up 2 1/4.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sammo, right? Like a motherfucker, dog. Don't. If I had to do that shit like Sammo did, because it's business. You had to do. I ain't fucking getting up. Fuck that shit. I ain't doing all that shit no more.
Oh, there's no. Yeah,
Will Sammo say, I'll never lift more than 225 pounds ever again. You're only destroying your joints and ligaments.
He doesn't need. You don't. At this age, you don't really need that kind of weight lifting case scenario, unless you're from an intention perspective. Like if you're lifting 225 or more, you're really trying to, you know, you're trying to look like, you know, you're trying to look massive at the gym. If that's really what you want to do, cool. If that's your intention, cool. That's not really my intention. And to be frank with you, Nomad, with respect to intention, most people don't really have one when it comes down to this stuff. It's more of a,
well, let's talk about,
I want to get into a routine, or I want to drop a couple of pounds, or I want to, you know, just simply live more healthy, or, you know, it's usually a very simplistic answer that you would get.
Let me speak for myself then. I wanted to lose weight when I started doing this. And it wasn't like I was a big, huge guy. I just knew that I wasn't the body that I know I should be. You know, when you're my size, my dimensions, you need to keep your body weight at a certain size. Or you're overweight. You know what I'm saying? You're overweight. And I wanted to lose weight. That's how it started. And what it graduated to is maintenance after that. And so what's your intentions? Do you want to lose weight first? You start there, and then you graduate to the next phase.
Well, I've, from my perspective, as far as, you know, being older now and not as athletic as I once was, is when you're a young athlete, you're lifting weights and you're strong, you get muscle. But when you stop playing regularly, all that muscle turns to fat. And you lose the strength. But like Leo Factor saying, as you get older, for weight loss, make a good amount of your calories protein and vegetables, because it keeps you feeling full and not have cravings. Because you eat a lot of carbs, a lot of junk, it'll fill you up momentarily, but then you'll be hungry, just like that, or have cravings. Whereas you eat, a lot of proteins, a lot of veggies, and drink a lot of water, you should be good. And my goal is not to necessarily lose weight, but to be healthier, which means reducing the flab, and make sure I can do, however many sets and reps of all the exercises ambidextrously, both sides, both arms, both legs, to have that mobility as well as flexibility. And with that, it's not about the poundage, but it's about how I carry my poundage. Because, like I said, I was over 200 pounds before I graduated from 8th grade. So I've always been overweight. I wake up every morning, I'm overweight. So it's just a battle to not be a fat ass.
Well, Trips, I would say this, man, and this ain't just to you personally. It's just to anybody. Like I said, I started off, my intention was to drop some pounds because I realized I was gaining pounds by sitting around doing nothing but eating. And I started doing this. And what you see on the screen is real. This is my life. And what it ended up being after that is part of what Minister Charles was saying. Shout out to Minister Charles for bringing that up and reminding me that I changed my diet after that. I went to my girlfriend sitting right here shaking her head right now. I went to that diet where I only ate vegetables and I ate meat. What do you call that diet? Keto?
Protein and veggies.
That's what I did. And that's what I did to this day. I stay as loyal as I can be to it. My guilty pleasure is right now is potato chips.
You like the ridges or the salties?
Yeah, I like the salty shit.
I feel, you see, you got to chase it with like one of these every day.
I drink probably about. Let me just say, I probably drink about a gallon of water a day.
Well, and it's not about how much you drink, but it's about also when you drink it. You gotta start out with just say, one of these. Oh shit! I gotta sit up. One of these little just bottles of water, if you have those. Like as soon as you wake up in the morning, drink one. 3 hours later, drink another one. 3 hours later, drink another one. All day until like right before you go into bed. I know it's like, well, I don't want to be up peeing all night, but strangely enough, sometimes like I would get up to go pee, but other nights I just sleep straight through because my body is flushing and working, and the water helps not only with moving the toxins out, but keeps your organs, in balance and flushed. So water is a very, very crucial part of all of that sweating and toxins. Because remember, when you're wearing all this stuff or not, when you're sweating that stuff out, that's hydration. Your body needs to replenish that. So you have to drink more water. No matter how much you're drinking, drink more.
One of my cousins saw me. My cousin and my aunt came over to my mother's house while I was working. I had all this on, and they were just like, hey, I got this reciprocal saw. I got these saws. You don't have to. I'm out there with physical tools. And I told them, I said, I'm looking for this work. I'm taking my time. I'm hacking this fence line down. It's years of freaking foliage growing around there. So it's all kinds of little trees growing up out there. And I'm hacking them down with my saws. And I know what to do. You know what I mean? I know to take how many trees down and go back, get some water. Take another couple of trees down, 2 or 3 more. Go back and get some water. And so I know how to pace myself. And so my body is physically made to sweat. I'm a different kind of guy when it comes to that. I can do this kind of shit, but to get to the point where I am, where you can do this kind of thing and then have a certain kind of diet, you gotta have intention about it. I'm okay with having a lighter body. You know what I mean? I'm wearing some of the same clothes that I wore in high school. And I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you, some people might look at you like, oh, you're a little thin or you're a little small. boy, let me get a hold of your ass and you'll find out.
At what temperature is too cold for you to wear shorts, no man?
No temperature.
Okay, so once it gets below 40, I'll go ahead and put on my long boy pants, my big boy pants.
Samo said they can't see us. Let me take this down so they can see us.
I can't see. Oh, damn.
Okay, we had that up too long.
Oh, okay.
My bad. But yeah, I was just making a point. And all it is just y'all got to understand my intentions. My intention is to try to give somebody something that's listening to us, watching us, that appreciates what we do. Give them something that may be able to help. There's somebody out there I know that this shit touches.
Well, like look at Crimson. Like he's saying he can sweat sitting on the couch in air conditioning. You know, he's a high sweater kind of guy. And, high metabolism kind of guy. Now, if he was to put on the foil suit, that could be bad things for him because of his metabolism. So that's all I'm saying is like your metabolism, my metabolism, Crimson, everybody's metabolism is different. And like if I put on one of those suits, it would be bad. Like because remember Three Stooges when they would get in that box and they would have their heads sticking out and then they would just be steaming on the inside. And then they would come out all sweaty.
Somebody like yourself, you probably would want to consult a doctor. And anybody that has an issue like that should probably consult a doctor. But I want to say this to you. It will increase your metabolism. The more you sweat and the more calories you lose, the more you put out, more you remove from your body, the more you're going to have to put in your body. It's going to increase your metabolism. It's going to make you a little bit hungrier, but at the same time, you're not as hungry. I don't even know how to describe that, but you're hungry, but it's more for like liquids and fluids, and things like that. It's not salt. Like you if you don't hydrate right, it's going to definitely be salt. If you don't hydrate right, it's going to definitely be salt. But I drink a lot of water, so it doesn't really affect me in the way that somebody that doesn't know how to work out is going to be affected. I'm talking to the people that want to learn how to work out. This is how you
say salt. I mean, because like when you're sweating and those toxins, you're sweating out a lot of salt. And when you're drinking and you're rehydrating with water, it's just water. Whereas like electrolytes, but Gatorade and those other electrolyte infused drinks are replenishing that salt content of it. So that's part of what you're also sweating out. So when you're drinking that water, even if you just take a little table salt, spring on the back of your hand, and just lick that off just to enhance your to replenish that what you've been sweating out.
Salt intake. Your body needs a certain amount of salt. It needs a certain amount of sugar. Like recently, in the past few days since I haven't put out that much content, my girlfriend came home with some sweets. I needed some sugar, and most of the time it comes through fruit. And when we got fruit around here on a regular basis, I drink fruit smoothies all the time. That's usually enough, but my body will tell me when I need something else. And I haven't eaten a donut in well over a decade. I ate a fucking donut. I don't eat donuts, bro. I don't eat cookies and all that good shit. None of it. Cake. I ate a piece of banana cake that she had in the refrigerator. It was a very small little chunk, but I ate it. This is because my body needed it. And my body told me to eat it, and I ate it. But that's just me and my body. I'm religious about my body because I want to live as long as I can live and be healthy, as long as I can be healthy. And these are some of the things you can do, fellas. That's any other thoughts about that?
Do you have an eating schedule like 12 on, 12 off?
No, not really. I eat really when I'm hungry. I didn't eat until like 3, and I ate that sandwich earlier. That was
so it. You're not like a get up, have breakfast kind of guy and then go on. And so you don't have a regularly scheduled eating routine?
Oh, no. No, I usually try to eat dinner between 5 and 6 o'clock if I'm gonna eat dinner.
So nothing too late then.
Nah, nothing. I tried latest. I ate something late last week, probably about 8 o'clock. I think when we did the. No, as a matter of fact, I think it was the Sunday show. I think I ate something a little bit late.
Yeah, because you were saying you've been hungry all day.
Yeah.
But like Crimson is saying, the fasting or 1 meal a day is, for 12 hours you eat nothing, and then once you're in your 12-hour window, you consume all your calories for that day, but you spread them out. But beyond that 12 hours, you're still consuming water. So it puts your body into a not psychosis, but a rhythm of digesting and not what do you call that shit? I can't remember when you're not eating, but your body is still consuming the fat because it's there's a name for it. I can't remember.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know the name either.
Ketosis.
So I think
that is the name.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, once your body gets to that, it's a very good thing. And for a while there, I did. If you've ever tried a fast, I did it for like 7 days. I didn't eat shit. I drank water and I drank the tea with the apple cider vinegar and honey and whatever else was in it. And after the first few days, it was like, I'm hungry, but I'm not ravenous. I'm not starving. And now once that was over, you reintroduce, foods to your system on a 1 meal a day thing, which is within that 12-hour period. So it trains your body to how to be more efficient and effective with your caloric intake, but it can't be a diet or a fad thing. It has to be an actual lifestyle thing. So like you haven't had a donut in 10 years, and that's cool, but if you want to enjoy a donut every 6 months, you can, because you're working out, you're exercising, you're eating right, and you can enjoy those things where it's not, you're not going to eat a dozen Krispy Kremes, with one sitting with a gallon of chocolate milk.
You didn't
A lot of Krispy Kremes.
All right, hey, look, I gotta run to the bathroom, kids, and Trish. One of y'all can read Minister Charles.
You got to flush out them Krispy Kremes.
Read what Minister Charles says, because that can probably relate to.
Minister said, I eat 1 meal a day, between 6 and 8. I guess that's 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. It's fluid only the rest of the 6. Wait, is that a.m. or p.m. Minister? No pop or sugary drinks. Yeah, I cut out sugary drinks. It's got to
be p.m. because he's always eating catfish when he's watching.
It's kind of late to be eating though for 1 meal a day. But he do be eating late, eating all that fish and his stews and soups. But yeah, 1 meal a day, your body will survive. It will take a little getting used to because it's different, especially if you're used to eating 3, 4, 5 meals a day and snacking all day. But you will survive, and your body will be like, okay, this is what we're doing now. Okay, cool. Let's keep it moving. And then you incorporate that exercise. You incorporate drinking more water and eating healthier. We all get those things, whether it be cookies or candies or cakes, whatever it is that's bad for you. You can enjoy it, but in moderation, because you get one body and stuff goes wrong with it, goes bad with it. Just
cattywampus, as you would say.
But the more you can keep it healthy on your end, as far as what you're putting into it, the better off you're going to be.
Yeah, all of those things. Like you guys are saying, basically from a diet perspective, the keto diet is a fantastic thing. You can lose large sums of weight in very short periods of time. But as I was saying earlier, you have to be careful with respect to your own muscle mass loss. So it's something that I did. I lost about 80 pounds myself, which was great, until you start to sort of recognize that, you know what I mean? I'm nowhere near as strong as I once was. I really should have paid more attention to gym time. So, the more attention you pay to it, the better off you will be. And as far as eating the things you like to eat. That's why I did keto. There's a lot of things that I enjoy eating, like burgers and steaks and things along those lines that are right there as a part of the keto diet, which is awesome. And feel free to do it as you see fit.
So you're not a sweets guy.
I would say this. Go ahead, kids.
I'm just saying I do like sweets now much more so than I did before because I was on the keto diet. It's so funny because after a while on keto, you get to a point where it's like, I just don't care about food anymore. It doesn't matter. Like food just don't make any difference, and you just don't care. But then you have a cheat day and you have something sweet, and it is so much more powerfully sweet because you've removed sugar from your diet that it's like a straight up kick in the face. You know what I mean? Like a little slice of pie is like, boom. It's like eating raw sugar out the bag.
You ain't lying.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy to sort of think of and look at, but that's keto for you.
I like what Richard Long is saying. This is the truth, man. We've been kindly, gently breaking it to you all, but the truth is what Richard Long is saying right here. We don't, and this is a quote from Richard Long, we don't do heavy enough labor for 3 meals a day. That was for manual labor. That was something that was preached during a period, probably when that stuff was kind of being designed and preached to the public. That was probably during war period, World War I, World War II, and all that kind of stuff, when people, food and shit wasn't as available to everybody. We had the Depression and all that kind of shit going on. And I think he's right about that. During that time, they were preaching 3 meals a day. Right about now, you fat bastard. If you eating 3 meals a day, you just greedy.
Get in my belly.
Well, it's not that you're greedy. It's that you've also been. It's not that you're greedy. It's that you've also been conditioned. I'm just saying, man. You've also been conditioned by society to do that. Any school that you go to, they're going to suggest that you eat 3 squares. That's just how.
A child growing up, I understand that, but an adult,
I'm not. You're arguing with me. I'm not arguing.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, for a child growing up, that's more feasible for a growing little child, girl or boy. Eat 3 meals, but for an adult, you fat bastard, stop eating so fucking much.
You're 100% correct. So I'm in full agreement with what you're saying here. The fact of the matter is, society itself dictates a lot of things to a lot of people, and it's harder to sort of get out of that general training. We're told to eat 3. You've been eating 3 your whole life. All of a sudden you're in a position where you're a grown man and you just don't do the things that require 3 meals a day. It's a little bit of an undertaking to understand over time, but that's all I'm saying.
All right, let's any other thoughts? And again, I'm just going to say this one last time. The reason why I bring it up is because I love y'all, man. I love the commitment to y'all for this channel and what we bring to the table. And this is just my way and our way of saying thank you and just giving you what we can give you. Because I know there's people out there just like, hey, man, you know what? I love y'all content. I love the Bears, but privately, I ain't doing so well because my health ain't so good. And this is for y'all. This is for y'all. And don't take what you saw on the screen as literally you go and do that and start that tomorrow. I didn't get to that point in a day.
The easiest way to get to that point that Nomad is talking about is, like, if you enjoy listening to the content on the Nomad Network, whether it be Extra Sauce, Nomad at Night, Feed the Bears, Superflex with Kaz a Canuck, whatever podcast, put it on some headphones, and for the hour, or in this case 4 hours, that might be a little much, but go out and just walk. Just no running, no jogging, just walk. Listening to your favorite podcast for an hour. then come back in the house and do it again the next day, and then do it again the next day. And after about a month, maybe it's like, okay, I think I can make that investment into a bike because my body is reacting to the exercise, and I'm feeling a little bit better. And then you progress into it. But just to start, if you are contemplating or debating on how to, just walk, not run, not jog, but just walk and distract yourself by listening to something entertaining like us.
And just for the record, before we switch subjects, before we get out of here, today, in the last few days, I've been at my mother's house, and I only eat 2 meals a day. And if I eat 2 meals a day, it's a fairly light meal in the day and a little bit heavier meal at night, a little bit. But sometimes that doesn't happen. Like tonight, I went over there and worked my ass off and burned all kinds of calories and fat and lost probably 5-7 pounds. Who knows? And I ate once when I came home tonight. And my body is telling me you eat a little. Tomorrow is probably going to be a heavier eating day. So what I'm telling you is listen to your body. Your body ain't going to shut down on you. You got plenty of fat reserves in you. I don't care what kind of shape you're in. You got plenty of fat reserves in you that when you need it, that is there for you to burn. The calories are there. The fat's there for you to burn. You don't have to eat. Most people eat because they just want something. Oh, that's I know that's in the kitchen. I'm gonna eat it, you know.
Or because you're a little hungry.
Oh, you're a little hungry, or you just need a little more discipline. Just
drink you a bottle of water. You won't be as hungry.
Or take your big ass to sleep. That's what most people do. You know, go to sleep. Whatever. But I enjoyed this conversation, and I hope somebody can get something from that conversation because we all need some better health, man. I'm just telling you that right now. There, you can have all the money in the world, but if your health ain't worth shit, you ain't gonna be able to spend it that long. Just saying.
So you're gonna be spending all on doctors and hospitals.
Amen to that. But I do have another little conversation to be had before we get out of here, and it ain't gonna take long. And that is, give me a second. I'll roll up on that ass. Hold on. My fault.
Shit, 4 hours of content, extra sauce, baby. You know how we do it on that network Wednesday nights.
We're gonna get up out of here, but we do got some of this to talk about. I know a lot of you people are probably a little bit like, Nomad, man, you're going to keep doing this? Yeah, I got to keep doing it because it's interesting to me. I'm a fanatic about it. And here's your latest 3-eye atlas image from courtesy of the Gemini Observatory. I want to say that observatory is in Alaska, but I might be wrong when I say that. But courtesy to the Gemini Observatory. Here's what's interesting about this, fellas. Lately, and you guys are going to tell me exactly what y'all think about this. I know y'all don't think too much about it, but here we go. You come to Discord, you want to hear about this kind of conversation, you're going to come to the right place because I got plenty for this. This is the latest image from it. This is from a telescope from the Gemini Observatory. What's interesting about not just this image, but about the storyline that surrounded it. In the last 72 hours, fellas, in the last 72 hours, and people are connected this to that whole rapture thing that we were just talking about earlier. But there are 7 comets that just came into our solar system right behind this thing. 7 more comets. I don't know enough about the history of observatories and what they record and whatever their records are. But from what I'm understanding, and this is a bigger deal than people are willing to give it credit. This is huge, man. 7 more comments right behind this. I don't know if any amount of comments have reached that point coming into the solar system at the same time as this. Dog, this is it's got everybody in the uproar. I know y'all don't pay attention to this kind of stuff because you don't believe in it, but this has got a lot of people in the uproar right now. A lot of people.
Because it sounded like it's an attack wave or some shit coming.
You know what? I'm just gonna say that's one of the storylines out there, Trips.
I mean, it's like you got 1, okay, but now you got 7. You know, that sounds like a battalion of ships, you know, forming up in a formation. And so now it's like, wait a minute, it went from 1 to 7. Is that natural? Is that normal? Where is Neil deGrasse Tyson? What does he have to say on the issue?
I haven't heard his take on it yet. And I'm looking for it. Not that I just lean on his opinion. I look at everybody and what everybody is saying, scientists, people that are like, I'll tell you one thing, for instance. If I go to Twitter right now, matter of fact, let me just do that right now. Let me just take this down. Let me just take this down and go to Twitter right now. I'll show you something. I'll show you something right now. And I got a treat for y'all at the end, so stick around. There's this video that I wanted to show you all, but there's some damn. Wait a minute. Damn, if I leave this post right now, I will lose it. I cannot show you. But anyway, I'll just tell you guys instead of showing you guys. I'll just tell you what I can gain from what I heard. There's a nickel component and an iron component to the I guess the makeup of 3i Atlas right now that is, I guess, uncommon. That nickel and iron is what I can get from it. Well, my dumb ass, I can't understand all of the physiology that comes along with this stuff. That is getting a lot of people a little bit unnerved about that component, and it's not really breaking down. So basically, if it's got a certain nickel and iron component to it, when it gets to a certain space within our solar system, it's kind of got to break apart and become something else. So that nickel and iron component to it is not. It's staying complete. It's staying stuck to this object. And that object not only is moving at a faster speed, now it's 7 more objects coming behind it. If that makes any sense to anybody.
It does if you were planning on invading a planet. You know, other than that, it's just like space anomalies that just happen to be in formation.
It's all I know is it's kind of unnerving, man. I'm not like most people that.
What makes it unnerving, bro?
Because you don't know.
There's no. If we're talking about it's entity. There's nothing to really. There's nothing to know. There's nothing that you're going to know. There's nothing that an observer can tell you. You know what I mean? We're staring into space and we're trying to put some sort of
answers.
You know what I mean? We're trying to put some sort of manly science to astral objects, right? So, like, if this object is made up, like the odds that the object does not carry and or is made up of minerals that are not necessarily found on the planet Earth is pretty standard fare, one would think, right? Like this is a thing coming from God knows where in the universe, right? Odds are it isn't made up of the shit that's here on our planet. So none of this unnerves me. You know, I can only put just regular thought into it. But so, most importantly, I probably wouldn't put any thought into it.
Do you know the difference between a comet and an asteroid?
There's Kwatu right on time. Sorry.
An asteroid is a floating rock, where a comet is a burnt out star.
There you go, Trips.
Yeah, I know.
Kwatu, is that correct? Beldar, is that facts? Let me know in the chat, please.
You know, without trivializing this shit too much, And I'm not here to do that. I'm here to make sure that somebody's giving voice to some of the people that are curious about this. Not only curious, some people are concerned. There is a little concern to it because I do feel like deep down, there's a place in me that feels like there's a divine intervention that needs to happen with us. And I'm talking about us as humans. And I'm telling you, some
like a rapture?
No. No, let me get this off without
Minister Charles. You see what I did there, Minister Charles? You gotta love it, brother.
Let me get this off without asshole before I have to mute you, motherfucker. I'm trying to say something that's deep within me. I think there is a divine intervention that needs to happen between us before we destroy each other. I believe that 110%. We're at a place where we can 110% take to the path of destroying each other. And I'm talking about humans on this planet, whatever region we are on this planet. And I do believe that there needs to be a divine intervention. And whether or not we can equate what's going on with this object and the comments coming behind it to that is a whole other thing. But I do think there's a divine intervention that needs to happen between us so that we don't fucking destroy each other. That's just my deep thoughts within myself every single day that I get up and become a part of this world. I think that there needs to be an intervention before we fuck each other off. Honestly, because we're in a bad fucking place.
And you think that intervention?
Hey, man, you can trivialize it all you want to. It's
not trivialization. I'm asking you a question. You think that
I'm not thinking any of this has anything to do with any of this. This is my wishes.
I hear what you're saying. I'm asking you a question about it. Can I do that?
You can. You just trying to trivialize it, being an asshole about it.
No,
I'm trying to have fun with a conversation.
I'm trying to think with some level of clarity. I'm asking you, does this somehow
I don't have clarity?
I didn't say that you didn't.
Would you just
said that I was trying to ask you some
like you way more intelligent than everybody else, right?
I didn't say that, but that might be the truth.
Is it?
It may be. It could possibly be.
You smart?
Huh?
You smart?
I think I am.
Okay.
People tell me I am.
I think they are. Yeah.
People tell me I am. I'm trying to ask you. I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you a question about what you think. That's
okay. I'm listening. I'll answer your question. Shoot.
So the question was, do you believe that this divine intervention that you speak of is going to come from this particular entity in space? This thing.
Enough said. Do you think that I think that?
I'm asking you.
That I think that.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that? I'm not accusing you. I'm asking you.
Do I think that what's going on with 3i Atlas is going to be our divine intervention?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Okay.
You don't think so, obviously.
No, I don't think so. For a second, I'm asking you. You have the free will to believe in whatever you wish, under the same pretense.
So do you.
I know. We all do.
But you're smarter, so you would know, right?
No, I don't. I don't
So you don't know either.
I kind of already explained that.
You don't know either, but you'll trivialize what I had to say.
No, how is it trivialization if I'm asking you a question about what your belief is?
Because you just trivialized.
I didn't say anything about
you asked me a straight question, and I told you I don't know, but you're pretty sure it doesn't have anything to do.
No, I said for me,
intervention.
I said for me, I don't believe that.
Okay,
I'm allowed to believe what I want.
Well, you just said the same thing for the most part that I just said.
So then, what are you getting mad about?
I'm not mad. I'm just telling you, since you think you're so goddamn smart, you're not.
How does what you just said equate to me not being smart?
That means that you don't know, just like I don't know. I'm not sure.
The
just like
smartest man on the planet Earth.
In one breath, you would say that this has nothing to do with
the
divine.
Smartest man, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But
Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Keds.
You're
would
so
sit here and tell you I am smart. Neil deGrasse Tyson
people,
would
usually the people that run around and tell people that they're smart, I think twice about that.
You should. And you should ask another question about it. And I'm going to tell you something. Anybody who does think they're smart understands they probably know absolutely nothing.
Okay, so what the fuck?
All right. So that being said, I know absolutely nothing about a flying rock in space, but I'm definitely not going to put divine intervention on it.
I spoke those words because
the question that I asked you.
I put those words next to something that I put on the screen, and it was a conversation.
Well, I asked you the question that I asked you.
Listen, bro, it was a conversation adjacent to what I put on the screen, and you wanted to make it like you're this smart human being, and he must be an idiot because he's equating it to divine intervention. And because
you're the one who said you
just agreed with every fucking thing I said.
You're the one who said that you believe that there should be some level of divine intervention. You also on the same episode, like it's kind of ironic though. On the same episode, you brought up the rapture, which is realistically people believing in a divine intervention. That's what the rapture is. If you really knew what the rapture was,
that has something to do with religion, bro.
Does
completely different thing,
but it's not. There's
none of what I had.
There's nothing different
in this
one
part
is
of
a divine intervention that is
to do with religion.
One is a divine do you know what the rapture is?
Religion.
Dude, my conversation about divine intervention has nothing to do with religion.
I'm not
talking about everybody else.
I'm not asking did your divine intervention parameters come from a book or not. I'm saying that other people also believe in a divine intervention that we
That's why I didn't want to trivialize what they thought and what they
I'm not trivializing anything. I also don't know the date or time that Jesus Christ, as a for instance, would return.
No man knoweth, bro. Right?
This is what I'm saying. I don't know either one of these things. I don't know. I'm just a dude, but I'm smart enough not to turn around and say that I believe in divine intervention with respect to a floating rock in the sky.
Dude,
I would not put the two things together.
Yes, I am sick and tired of me trying to bring up another conversation on a show to try to widen the conversation on these shows to have you fucking trivialize and make connections to something and try to make something look like it isn't.
So it is? What is so then what is it?
Trying to make it seem like, okay, you must be some kind of lumphead to believe that divine intervention has something to do with.
I said I don't believe it, dog.
I just told you. That's
if you're mad because you do believe it, that's fine.
An adjacent conversation.
People have
what I put on the screens. You can't have
arguments about religion.
It's an adjacent conversation.
Exactly what this would equate.
It's an adjacent conversation. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean we don't fucking need to have a conversation.
I didn't say I don't like it. I said I don't believe it.
Then we're just having a fun conversation. And you trying to bring logic.
What am I trivializing?
You're trying to bring logic into it.
Well, how do you know
I bring logic into it? Like that's what I do. I'm a logical human being.
I mean, logic.
I live my entire.
Hold on, kid. When you say
I
live my entire life based on logic.
This is a podcast, and we're trying to widen the conversation. I'm bringing up a conversation point, a topic point that people are talking about in the world, not in the United States, not just in Canada. Hold on, and I'm bringing it up. You feel how you feel about it, but to trivialize what you think about it and to make people feel like, this ain't worth my time. This ain't worth my conversation. That's no fucking fun. We're just trying to have a good time.
Well, but I didn't hear that. I didn't hear kids
trying to relate to people that feel a certain way about the topic. That's the reason why we're bringing it up.
Well, but that's the thing.
You make it not fun when you trivialize the shit like that.
But when you are a logical thinker and you say, well, the rapture and divine, all of that is deity based. And so logical thinkers are like, wait, why would a deity send 7 asteroids from across the galaxy to save our punk asses? For stuff that we did, as human beings on our planet to make it, You know, so I mean,
I
that's
won't have this conversation with y'all. I won't even do this conversation with
it's
y'all.
like, well, why would if somebody created this earth like a deity, and
it's
it's
not
like
even worth talking about with you motherfuckers no more.
would they like say, well, we gotta save these
save your energy trips. I won't do
no,
it.
but it's like if it's an ant colony, it's like, well, do you save the ant colony?
Your fucking energy, bro.
You
I'm just telling you right now, save your energy. I won't have this conversation with you all. I do it.
What are you getting on, man?
Conversation if you don't.
It's no fun with you, motherfuckers.
It's not a conversation if we all agree with you.
No, it ain't.
That's not a conversation. That's a struggle.
I'll do it with other people, man. Fuck it.
Well, yeah, because we're logical.
I'm just trying to have fun with it because it's a fun.
Well, but you can't have fun. It's like, well, how can you have fun with something that's coming to kill you?
Who said something about that? Who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Well, why are they come here to save us?
Oh God!
He's asking valid, like real talk, brother. He's asking valid questions because when you speak of divine,
I'd just rather do it with other people, man.
Just give me a second, and we can either move on or shut the show off or whatever. Just give me a second. So when you inference the divine, do you understand what you're doing?
I did an adjacent conversation to what we were talking about.
No, this was a completely.
I understand what I'm doing. Yeah, I understand what the fuck.
Okay.
I'm a grown ass man. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
You didn't want a grown man. I'm asking you about a specific.
You thought it was kind of ridiculous, and I'm
asking you about something specific. You're not hearing me. You're just
you're pissing me off, man. Because
I know you're just getting mad. You're
trying to tell me
what I'm
make
saying
sense of what you're saying. You're not making sense.
I'm talking about something very specific.
Now you're pissing me off.
Of course,
I'm literally pissed off.
You should be, because you're not hearing. You're not listening.
I'm not trying to hear that bullshit, man.
I'm not giving you any bullshit. I'm asking you very pointed, specific questions. When you speak about the divine, you're speaking about an otherworldly entity of some kind. That entity could be an alien spaceship, like what we're talking about. It could be a 6-armed monkey that flies. It could be a turtle. It could be a god. It could be a creator. These are like just general aspects of things that could be divine. Could be. If that's what we're going to attribute, the question is, why is it divine? What is this divinity going to, how is this divinity going to help humanity? What does that look like to you? These are important questions that I'm trying to dig out from underneath. It's not trivialization. What's funny is that there was a little bit of trivialization with respect to the rapture earlier on. The rapture is a thing that people
by who?
By people who believe in the Bible.
No, who on this show trivialized the rapture?
There was a little bit of trivialization towards the rapture earlier on.
With who? Who trivialized it?
I'm gonna say you did.
I did.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Who else? Anybody else?
Maybe Trip did a little bit as well.
Not you at all.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. Well, keep going.
You know what? I actually started to say something.
No. You said what you said. Now
I started to say something, and you shut me down for speaking for a second.
Keep going.
You shut me down while I started speaking.
I just wanted to make a point, but keep going.
You said what you said was like basically you shouldn't speak on this because we need to move on. So I didn't really get any chance to speak on the whole rapture piece. All I said was that God is, in my opinion, something that exists because there is a.
Keep going with your point.
There is a flip side to it. I'm a Libra. If there's one side, there's the other side.
Okay, kid. Now keep making your point.
All right. Point being, if we're attributing divinity to a stone that's flying into the sky, I'm asking you how and why. At the very least, the people who are attributing divinity to the rapture have a valid list of, like, they have a book that gives them some level of of conscious thought behind what it is and where it came from. So there's some science, if you will, behind the divinity in that scenario. In this case, we have no fucking idea what we're talking about. We're talking about a rock in space. So that's why I'm asking you, in what capacity is this divinity that you're talking about connected to the rock floating in space. If you believe that the rope,
you over talking, kids.
okay,
You just asked me the question.
then
What if
go.
this rock has to do in space, has to do with divinity? And I just told you probably 30 minutes ago. The fucking shit was adjacent to the conversation. Do you know what adjacent means? Huh?
Are you really asking me if I know what adjacent means?
I'm asking you. You the smart motherfucker around here.
I know what adjacent means.
Okay, what does that mean?
I have to define it for you now. Do you know
Define
what
it for me.
you feel free to define it for me?
Can I define it for you?
Feel free.
It's next to.
Well done.
Nobody else has a vocabulary. Nobody else knows what the fucking King's English means outside of kids. Nobody.
Did I say you didn't know what it meant?
I said adjacent.
You just defined it yourself, so clearly you know.
Didn't I say adjacent to the conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you connecting it?
Because you brought up
because you just want to.
I need you to now explain how is it adjacent? How is this next? It's commonsensical. How is this next to the other thing?
We are friends.
I'm talking about chicken.
We bust each other's nuts, man. I'm giving it to him like I would if we were private, and he's doing the same thing. This is the kind of shit we say privately to each other. Trust me when I tell you, we good.
How is one thing adjacent to the other? I'm not mad. Ricky, I'm not mad at the guy. I'm asking him pointed questions. That's all I'm doing.
So if somebody told you you were skinny adjacent, what does that mean to you? Explain that to me.
You're next to skinny.
Right. So the conversation that I was just having is next to the 3I Atlas conversation. It is not connecting it. I'm having that conversation because that's what my mind was triggered to have.
And I'm trying to ask you why.
And I'm telling you why.
And how is that actually adjacent?
And listen, bro, I believe this. What I told you is that we as human beings, as a human society, as a world society, need fucking help. Is that not what I was trying to say? And it just so happened to be adjacent and next to the conversation we were previously having about 3I Atlas. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Oh my God. All right, I'm done. You can't even you fucking wrong. And you can't even fucking admit it.
No, I'm not even remotely
you
close.
Trying to connect it, not me.
Well, here's hold on, kids.
That's true. You try.
Is when we were talking about the rapture thing, that's a religious thing. But then when you say the Atlas 31 thing is a deity thing, deity to me means religion.
Deity. Where'd you get deity from, Church?
You said deity.
From the word divine. It's derived from the word.
So all right, let me break this down so everybody understands what I'm saying. We were talking about 3I Atlas, the images, and what we seen, what is going on right now today. We're talking about 7 comets that they just found in 72 hours that are right behind this object of whatever it is. In that conversation, we was talking about, I can't tell you exactly how we ended up talking about other things. It probably led to me talking about this because you two guys seem to want to, this is not a conversation that you all want to really, really have. And that's why I say maybe it's best for me to have this conversation.
No, we're happy to have it. We're just not.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. And in that conversation, it led me to, and I don't know what triggered me to say it, but I'm telling you right now, it was adjacent to the conversation about 3I Atlas. That means it was next to it, to me. That doesn't mean it's connected. There's nothing about divine and this 3I Atlas proven to me to be even a factor. There's nothing about anything as far as godly, divine, related to 3I Atlas. As far as I'm concerned, as of what I know now, I don't know enough about that shit to even make that connection. I was saying privately, this is what I think that humans need: a divine intervention. And sorry that I said that right next to a conversation about 3-Eye Atlas, and y'all took it that way.
Oh,
That's definitely
but
not what
I
the fuck
understood
I
it.
meant.
You were saying that the 3-Eye Atlas was the divine intervention, but you're
No.
saying that 3-Eye Atlas is one thing, but you are hoping for a divine intervention.
Exactly what. That's why I said it's
Well,
adjacent.
that's not what you said earlier. That's why I was confused.
That's adjacent. What do you think I've been spending all this time talking to kids about? It's adjacent to the conversation.
Well, that's nothing to do with that conversation.
Well, anyway, how about this?
It's adjacent because you followed it.
Let's do this, man. Let's do this because I'm sick of this shit. How about this? What do you all think about this? Do you think this is a serious thing, or do you think it's going to be a fly-by-night thing? Do you think it's going to be something we'll be talking about in the future, or you think this is going to be over after? I think it's supposed to make its pass by the sun in November or December, somewhere around there. Do you think it's going to be something we'll be talking about in the future? Yeah.
Well, if it passes by and it doesn't do shit, we ain't gonna be talking about it. But some other more bullshit. Or if it does something, we ain't gonna be talking about it no way because we ain't gonna be here. Or we'll be talking about it in a better place because they came to save us. One of the three.
Those are all three of those are great. I like all three of them. I think bigger things. I think I don't believe the stuff that people necessarily serve to me on my plate. I think sometimes they serve me bullshit. And if I might be served some bullshit, I don't plan to eat it. You know what I mean? So if I'm being served bullshit here, then it is what it is. If this is some real shit, though, just more along the lines of what Trip was saying, there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, there's shit we do about it.
So that's kind of where I am. Either this is well contrived BS by the people who brought you the moon landing, or it is real stuff that will lead to more or less the extinction of mankind. So one or the other for me. I'm not so sure about the third option.
One last thing that I would say about this subject, and I didn't bring this up earlier because I didn't really want to connect it and trivialize what people were going through as far as this whole rapture thing. That was a big fucking deal. And it's probably still a big deal in a lot of people's minds, man. Whoever they are, to me, I think it's a lot of people from the videos that I saw, I think that are very unwell. I mean, like very unwell. Like some of the things that I seen and heard, people were making long lists of where I want stuff to go. This thing goes to here. This one goes to there. This goes to this person. They went there on that. I didn't want to bring 3-Eye Atlas up in that conversation to trivialize what people were going through religiously, bro. That was a different thing.
Well, but the thing is that all those people that actually really believed and gave away all their worldly possessions, all right, now the thing didn't happen. Do they go back to whoever they gave their possessions to and be like, yo, we still here, let me get that back? And if you are one of those people, do you give it back or be like, nah, that's mine now?
Am I one of those people that would take their possessions and
keep them, or would you give it back?
That's a good question. Depending on the person.
Or depending on the possession.
No. It really does depend on the person for me.
Kids,
if I thought somebody was of sound mind and body that really believed something religiously was going to happen and it didn't jump off, and they were loving enough to give me something of value, I definitely consider giving it back to him. I probably would give it back to him. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't need anybody else's stuff. I was born alone. I will die alone. They can have the shit back. You know what I mean? If that's the situation, no, by all means you can. Have it.
Not to make light of it, but those people that believe that are now having to deal with it didn't happen. Does that mean that everything I believe in was wrong? Or those people, we got to look out for those people because they're our family members, they're our coworkers, they're our neighbors, And, you know, we got to populate the earth with these people, you know, until whoever gets here or not. So, you know, like Nomad is saying, these people are, you know, are maybe confused a little bit or misguided, but don't, you know, berate them and be like, you know, you dumb fuck, you stupid, you're naive. No, it's just be gentle with them and nurture them through, because, you know, they're a little soft in the head, some of them.
Hey, so I'm gonna ask you guys a real direct question. Now, I know it would be different from the random guy that might walk up to you and just be like, hey, you know, hey, I'm from this sect or this religion, and I believe in this, and I want to bless you with this. I don't know you, but I just want to, you know, I'm not going to be here to use that. I want to gift you this. And they gave you whatever they gave you. Versus somebody that you really know, you've been around them, you've been knowing them for a long time, might have been a neighbor for the last 15, 20 years. You know what kind of person they are. And they gave you something in expectation of this, and it didn't happen. And so the difference, like why I told you why my answer was so vague is because depending on who it is, you know, you gave me something, I don't know you, you just gave it to me, I'm gonna get on about my business. You know, give me a Corvette, I'm gonna hurry up and go to the first currency exchange and change the title. You know, but if I know you and I know what kind of person you are and how strong you believe in something, and something didn't happen and you was expecting it to, I'm not the kind of person that will hold on to your shit knowing that you need it. I'm not. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, that's nice of you. You know, decent human being. You know, but it's like when they give it to you, like, all right, no givesy backies. You know, it's like, well, you said no givesies backies, so it's mine now.
Like I said, I don't need anybody else's shit, man. I don't. They can have their stuff back. Thanks for giving it to me. It was good while I had it. You can have it back. Like, unless I've sold it already, you know what I mean? If I decided to flip it immediately, I'm sorry. I'll split the take with you is like the best thing I can say.
He says split the take. Damn.
You know what I mean? Wow, I'm not giving you the whole take if I flipped it, because it's, you know, it's a different situation.
I have to put it up on eBay and ship it. I gotta get
all right. So we hey, I feel I start thinking about some shit because I do know a few people that are religious enough to go that road. I don't know. I haven't been in contact with them, but I know some people really that are dear to me that are that religious, bro.
Was this a particular, a specific religion thing, or just the general rapture thing?
Religious like that.
Oh, okay.
That would probably, and I might not even know that they did. They might be somebody that did some of this shit. You know, I just know them. You know what I mean? I know them well. I get to thinking about them while when you ask me that question. I'm just like, no, I don't think I can do that to everybody. Might be some random motherfucker that I don't know that just gave me something.
But why would a random just
because I know them, kids? Because I know them personally.
Well, then they wouldn't be random.
There's somebody,
you know what I mean? Like, either you know them or you don't know them. That makes them random. If they're somebody you know, you probably sort of think twice about it and likely give them stuff. You know, if they were truly random, just like, hey, dude, here's my shit. Yeah, odds are you probably would never see that person again. They might even have a hard time finding you to get their shit back.
Would I keep kids and trip shit? Yeah, tonight.
Remind me never to give you my shit.
That shit would be up on eBay so fast.
I keep all this shit, bitch. You ain't getting nothing back, motherfucker.
Damn.
Hey, here's a little treat for y'all before we get ready to get out here. Let me share my. I'm already sharing my screen. Let me get in here. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me show y'all something. This is pretty goddamn cool. And this is courtesy of that 3-eye atlas thing, man. This is how far people have gone with this. Watch this. This is cool as shit.
December 14th, 2025. The day we will learn we are not alone.
Evacuate the White House.
It hits different when you actually know it's real.
I quit.
I don't expect you to believe this, but you'll be better off for hearing it when they arrive. Cosmic nomads, a migratory species of natural robot, free from the shackles of time and distance. And they've been stopping here on their way round the galaxy for millions of years, consuming vast amounts of soil from which they extract all the elements they need. The waste product? Silicon dioxide and gold. And herein lies the problem. The last time they came, gold was not on our radar. But we weren't alone. And our recently arrived sky gods only had their eyes on the golden geese, which had no intention of making it easy for them. Like honeybees, their primary means of defending themselves demands the ultimate sacrifice. Upon witnessing the destruction of many of these so-called gods in their flying chariots, the peoples began to abandon the landing sites and return to their traditional lifestyles. And it wasn't long until the few remaining ships left with their meager haul. If you're wondering about the wreckage, so were our ancestors. But salvage operators came and cleaned up the mess. Or should I say, evidence. How do I know this? Remember the last mysterious interstellar object to visit us? How it was observed to speed up as it was leaving? Well, it might just have ejected something on its way past. And he might just be staying with me. I finished making your video.
Thank you, Davey.
As far as payment, I accept cash or gold nuggets.
We'll pop round back. I feel you're about to be paid handsomely.
Oh, damn.
I think there's a Christmas bonus coming.
He shit gold on him.
I was just gonna say, all right. So alien shit gold. Moral of the story.
That was I thought that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's all right. I like that.
AI, that AI, that was yeah, I got a whole thing about that, man. The AI is I ain't gonna say it's out of control. I think it was right in context right here. It was, you know, how they ended it was really, really serious throughout the whole thing, but then they ended it. Yeah, it was cool, man.
So they gave a very specific date. What is that? December 14th?
Don't remember.
But it was a very specific date of when all this hubbub was supposed to go down. So, you know, with the Egyptian scarabs or beetles, whatever the hell they are, the space scarabs or space gold shitting beetles or whatever the hell. It's gonna be interesting.
All I know is it's a pretty interesting conversation point that I like to have, man. It's one of the things that I privately enjoy doing, just seeing what people are talking about, seeing, like, I just say 99% of the shit that I see, 99% of the shit I hear, I flush it because, you know, really it's not logical to me. But there is that small percentage out there that makes me think. And that's why it's interesting to me. And so, to be honest with you all that's watching the show, listening to the show, towards the end, Kes did really make me mad. But this is normal shit that we go through. Just so you all know, we cuss each other out. So
old ass married couple is what they are.
We cuss each other out all the time.
It happens. It's been known to happen.
We do that. Y'all just saw it live. So don't think we hate each other because of it. There's still love and respect there. I hate having to say that all the time, but it was kind of yeah, y'all did piss me off. I ain't gonna lie. But any closing thoughts about my attitude or what we were talking about tonight, the Bears, anything else? Go ahead.
Yeah, fucked up and pretty shitty. That's an Onyx quote. Take that for what it's worth. Outside of that, I don't know. No, I don't know any more about space rocks than I do about the creator. So call it as you see it, and I don't think you can see either one.
Yeah, I mean, between Beldar Conehead and Quato, it is get your ass
It's
in my
Quatu.
head.
It's pronounced Quatu.
Oh, my bad. I got that accent. I got the Earth accent.
Get
Quato.
your ass to Mars, Trip.
Yeah. But it's a thing. And the way that we discussed it is the way many people will discuss it, because you have those that believe, you have those that could possibly believe, and then you have those that are like, you're full of shit, or persuade me or convince me. I mean, and the thing is, we don't know until it happens, and then when it happens, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We don't know. But it's an interesting conversation to have, and seeing the past relics, if you will, or evidence, as AI said, and looking to the future and where things are. It's easy to understand where, like Nomad was saying, that this world could use an enema. And maybe, the TR-31 or TR-808, whatever the hell the name is coming to
Jack Nicholson Joker quote. Continue.
Yeah. You ever dance with the devil in the pale in the moonlight? You know what I mean? Yeah. So, whatever happens, the Nomad Network, we're going to have all sides of it covered for you, from that side to that side. And then the kid side, the asshole side.
All right, man. Listen. Hey, listen. Quite honestly, man. Hey, I'm gonna ask you guys one more question. Am I one of those motherfuckers that leans in the category of conspiracy theorists?
Well,
honestly, now tell me.
You are conspiracy theorist adjacent.
Adjacent, huh? Good shot. Good shot.
Nice Trip. Nicely played.
Thank you.
What do you think, kid?
I think he nailed it, is what I think. I under normal pretenses, I would say no, you're not. But if we're talking about space rocks, yes, you are.
Well, is it okay that my antennas are up with this subject?
Antennas.
You can have up antennas. I'm not, like I'm saying, I'm not here to tell you what to do or how to act. Let me explain my position in a couple of sentences. And I just think people should be somewhat skeptical of everything.
Of course.
Because I don't believe any of the bullshit out there. And that's it. That's all. And this is why
there's no question people should be skeptical.
Yeah.
But should they just flush it completely down the toilet because of their skepticism?
If it is, we can only control what we can control. If it's completely out of your control, meaning there ain't shit you can do about a giant rock floating into our solar system, then you might as well flush it.
Hey, I'm like Rick LaFleur. Shout out to Rick. He said, if an alien invasion happens, I hope you guys cover it. You know what? Why this would be good over here? Because we got all range of emotion. We got the conspiracy theorists, who is me. We got somebody that's adjacent down at the bottom in the orange, and then we got a straight asshole on the right that's gonna shoot down everything that anybody says that doesn't make logical sense to him. And so that's what makes this show compelling anyway, because we have that kind of tendency about ourselves, man. That's just the truth. We do have that going on. That's why we work so well together.
I'm the asshole.
Oh, you always the asshole, dog.
Okay.
Who you think you are on the show? Who do you think you are on the show?
All right. Oh, okay. I'm the asshole.
You're not the lovable one, because that's me.
I will definitely give you lovable, sir.
Yeah, I give him that. I give him that one for real.
There you go.
And it's my fault that it gets to these extremes, because I bring up the subject matter and they react to it. And respectfully, I just love the fact that they do. I don't know if I would have had this conversation with y'all no more. I'm for real, man. Y'all motherfuckers, man. I swear. We just trying to have. I mean, you can easily just play.
That is not logical.
Play around a little bit, man. God, wait.
Sorry, I watched way too much Star Trek as a kid.
Oh,
Soon.
man.
The Vulcan go to sleep hold. Yeah.
Vulcan neck bench.
Yeah, the mind meld, doing that shit too.
Scroll, shut up with your nasty ass.
What Red Baron talking about?
Hey, he talking about some Angel Reese, but
AI's doing some things out there. I
hey,
guess.
bro, you know what? I hate that you even mentioned that to me. You gonna have me fucking searching it.
Uh-oh.
Watch out.
All right, man. Listen. All right, any thoughts before we get out of here, man? We talking about Bears. And,
hey, it's what's today? It's Wednesday night. The last thought is this Sunday afternoon at 3:25 because it's an afternoon game. Make sure that everybody who is watching now and who will watch on demand before that time join us for our live game reaction as the Chicago Bears visit the Las Vegas Raiders. And we will be with you giving our, in-game reaction, calling it all together. You got the No Maniacs be in the house, talking about, hey, did you see that player, that play? What do you think about that? It's a whole thing that you can be in your abode or wherever the hell you at. You can have a drink or not. You can have munchies or not, but you will. And join us at the Nomad Network for the game this Sunday. That's what we are looking forward to, as the Bears will go 2-0 before the bye.
What the hell, kid? You got a little small pterodactyl in your house?
Something just came at me, man. I'm about to spray down the whole office.
With your ass to Mars.
Might as well. It looked like something off your damn rock.
That was goddamn. He was in the Chris Tucker one. What's that Chris Tucker movie where he had the blonde hair?
Fifth Element.
Bruce Willis.
What did, he just said it.
Green.
What you just said?
The Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. That's it.
Yeah.
Green, super green.
All right, man. Listen, man. This is a fun show. Yeah, I did legitimately get pissed off at the end because I was frustrated because I wanted to talk about it with a little bit of seriousness so that people that watch the show can have a reason to come back with for a reason that want to talk about this kind of stuff. But they snuffed me out and I was pissed off about it. And I let it be known live on the show. So I'm not apologizing for that. And if I came off the wrong way and you guys think of us the wrong way, please don't, because these are regular conversations that we would have if you weren't here watching us live on the show. So just want to thank these two guys for being here and being fair participants, I guess. But it was fun. But the most important thing that I want to say before we leave here is about the Bears and how impressed I was with what I saw last Sunday. And I'm telling you guys right now, and this is just these are my inclinations being spoken to out loud. My inclinations tell me that there is a lot to be had. I'm speaking of the offense right now and the defense, but particularly the offense and what Caleb Williams can be in this offense based on what I see. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm not telling you to count on the Bears to be a strong Super Bowl contender or even a strong playoff contender because we have a tough road to hoe. But I'm telling you guys right now, what I saw, what they put on paper and what on the table for us to see was some shit that can be particularly really, really good on the verge of great. I'm just telling you guys that. I know people came here to see Bears. I know people came here to talk Bears. And some of these people came here to talk about other stuff that we talked to at the end. But I'm telling you guys right now, the Bears are on the verge of something. If they can keep what they just showed us Sunday up and keep layering on to that, I'm telling you guys right now, there's some great that can happen. We just hope everything keeps going the way it's going and they keep building and stacking and layering on what they've been doing, man. I'm telling you, offensively and defensively, that was some good shit to watch, man. And I'm just saying, I think we can stack that victory, and I think we can stack that performance coming up Sunday. And don't forget to come and join us, like Triple R said, for that broadcast. It's going to be fun. I think we'll be able to stack another good win. And before we get out of here, what's Conehead Baldar? What's his name, kids?
Beldar Conehead.
And what's his famous words?
Consume mass quantities.
Consume mass quantities. That is his famous words.
Okay, so we'll just, instead of my famous words, we'll take Conehead's famous words and say consume mass quantities, but work out at the same time. I would just put that in there. But before we go, love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.